Chapter 11: A New Home. Kakashi's POV. Kakashi took a deep breath, feeling his heart slowly settle down as the all-clear signal shot throughout the sky to signify that the last hostile had been defeated. It was well on into the evening and Kakashi felt a little tired. Not enough to warrant any concern. He never encountered an enemy of equal caliber to face. The only thing that provided any significant stress for him was the countless civilians and property he had to be mindful of, in addition to the sheer quantity of pests he had to deal with. He was entirely unscathed, unsurprisingly, and despite the grim situation he was content. As long as he ignored the nagging sense of worry he had over his students, he was at least. He felt confident that his students survived the invasion. He knew for certain that Naruto would be next to impossible to kill due to Kyuubi. He personally saw Sakura off to the medical tent and Sasuke was too cunning to die to the low caliber of Otogakure shinobi. Still, it would be irresponsible of him not to check in on his students. And if it assuaged the tiny bit of concern he had towards them, well, that was merely a bonus. Naruto and Sasuke were the easiest to track down since the Umbu team personally secured the duo as soon as they could and took them to one of the high-security hospitals that was left standing. All he had to do was pop in and the Umbu guarding the duo allowed him to see them without any fuss. Naruto was covered in bandages but snoring heavily and looking utterly pleased with himself. Kakashi knew he would be recovered by the next day, if that. Sasuke was a little worse for wear as he lacked Naruto's twofold regeneration and concussions were tricky. A quick glance over his clipboard confirmed that the Uchiha would have to be on light training for a month at least. With that being settled, Kakashi returned to the medical tent in search of his spirited Kunoichi. He was surprised that she had already been sent home, but after a split second of realizing the time, not really. She's probably already asleep, Kakashi thought as he slowly made his way towards her home. Her parents are civilians, so they're probably a nervous wreck and clinging on to her. I'll make sure her chakra signature is there, then head home. No need to cause a scene. When he entered her neighborhood, a tiny seed of worry settled in the pit of his stomach. A foreboding sense entered his mind and he unconsciously braced himself for quite a scene. He did not expect to find Sakura hyperventilating in her destroyed home with two little black scrolls in front of her. Kakashi was frozen the moment he saw her. Not good. Bad, bad, bad. Despite Naruto's quick temper, Sakura was the most emotional member of his team. Though never one to dwell on negative emotions, Kakashi was getting a sneaky feeling about why that was the case. She was passionate in positive things and prone to openly sharing her affection towards all those around her, including strangers. For fuck's sake, she was prepared to argue with her sensei over the lives of two missing nin. She was a bleeding heart that endlessly poured out optimism. When confronted with pessimism or things deemed negative, she reacted by not reacting at all. She clearly had a habit of repressing unwanted things, so Kakashi had to conclude that she lacked the experience in dealing with traumatic or otherwise unfortunate events. In the life of a kunoichi or shinobi where death and horrific things were abundant, that lack of experience was highly dangerous. Naruto at least didn't ignore his feelings. He struggled to deal with them, but at least he was doing something about them. Sasuke openly embraced his anger and used it as a weapon. Strictly textbook, he was behaving like a perfect little shinobi. Sakura, though, didn't deal. She didn't acknowledge. She didn't do anything except try to smile through. That kind of behavior, if not rectified early, shattered shinobi and kunoichi. Kakashi would know. It's what almost did him in. Kakashi had planned on setting her up with a Yamanaka psychiatrist after the exams, as Chunin were required for an annual psychological evaluation, along with her other teammates. Therapy never worked for him, but he hoped it would be enough for her. Unfortunately, life struck before he had the chance to do that. So here his student was having a panic attack and Kakashi was at a loss at what to do. One thing at a time. Right. Kakashi flickered before her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Her body stiffened and her wild eyes moved up to meet his. He kneeled in front of her, placing his other hand over her mouth. Calm down. Breathe with me. In. Out. In. Out. It took a solid 5 minutes before her breathing settled down that Kakashi felt reasonably confident she wouldn't pass out. He slowly withdrew his hands. Do you have family in the village? She shook her head, bits of her hair sticking to the dried blood on her cheek. Her pained green eyes trailed over to the 2 black scrolls on the table and sheer agony rippled across her face. Kakashi's chest tightened uncomfortably at that and he stood back up. Can you walk? She nodded her head, then, after a small pause, she shakily tried to stand up. The moment she put pressure on her legs, though, they folded. Kakashi quickly grabbed her before she could fall and he realized she was shivering slightly. She's freezing, he thought. Okay, if I were her age, no. What did I want someone to do for me after I saw my father? Away. I wanted to get away from that house as fast as I could. What about K-Ka-chan and T2-chan? She choked out. Kakashi readjusted his grip on her before he pocketed the 2 scrolls. Then he shifted his stance and he ran as fast as he could to his apartment. It was in the Umbu district, which was heavily guarded, so it was untouched by the invasion. He had to set her down for a brief minute before he could unlock the door, but it wasn't long before he brought her inside and took her straight towards the bathroom. Hot water. She has to warm up, he thought, before practically tossing her inside his bathroom, and silently thanking himself for doing laundry before today so there were no dirty clothes for her to creep on. Then he summoned Pakken and hoped his favorite companion would be able to take care of the rest because he sure as shit had no idea what to do. Kakashi shut the door with a little too much haste than what was otherwise necessary, but he felt distinctly uncomfortable. Then he summoned the rest of his pack. When in doubt, ask the dogs. You all know Sakura, he began. Her parents died in the invasion today. Does she have a place to stay? Yurushi asked immediately. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. No. Well, actually she can stay here. Bull cocked his head. Do you even have a guest room? Kakashi shook his head. No one stayed over at his place. He didn't typically allow people inside his apartment to begin with. He could count on one hand the number of people he would allow to visit him at his place, and even less he would allow to crash on the couch. He never bothered with purchasing a spare futon because of that or setting up a guest room. Bisque made a disapproving sound. Then you better hurry up and buy one. Get her some clothes too, since she probably doesn't have a spare. Don't forget the underwear, Shiba added. When Kakashi's face colored, the pack chuckled at him. Don't be a prude. She's your student and she needs help. What would Minato-sama do? Buy her clothes, Kakashi admitted, then sighed. Okay. He made a clone, said clone his wallet and sent it off. Now what? Guruko sniffed loudly. Did she eat? I don't think so. Right. Feed her. Got it. The poor pup will need some affection, Uhei murmured. She's always so bright and her Kachan was very affectionate, wasn't she? She'll need that affection now more than ever. The pack as one looked at the growing flustered Kakashi before they exchanged exasperated looks. Bull answered for them, we will provide that affection, pup. Don't look so panicked. Relief settled over Kakashi along with a mild sense of indignation. He could be affectionate. Probably. Maybe. Then again, given who needed the affection, it would probably be best if he kept his affections to a minimum. It would be tremendously awful if he gave her the wrong impression during such a difficult time. Besides, the pack was more experienced at this sort of thing than Kakashi was. The pack was the single reason Kakashi was still alive, figuratively and literally. While he would never take his life like his father, he wasn't above taking on suicidal missions. If his dogs hadn't nursed him ever since he lost his father, he doubted even Minato-sensei's light would have been able to reach him. The clone returned then, and he made a couple more to start cooking dinner and clearing the office. Once enough room was made to lay down the futon, he dismissed them and finished up dinner. He brought it back to the room, and before he had a chance to set it down, Sakura and Pakken presented themselves. She stood awkwardly in the doorway, no longer covered in dried blood, but a heavy weight seemingly pressed down on her. There wasn't that familiar gleam of love in her eyes until she noticed him, and for a split second Kakashi could see that spark, and he was filled with so much relief his shoulder sagged. The spark was gone though, and the worry returned. Kakashi straightened his shoulders and cocked his head towards the bed. Sit. She hesitated for a brief moment before she sat down. Bull pulled the covers over her lap, and the pack converged around her to form a tight circle. A ghost of a smile danced across her lips at that before disappearing when Pakken sat in her lap. Kakashi squatted beside her outside the circle and handed her a bowl of fried rice. Eat, Kakashi ordered. I don't care if you're not hungry. You need to eat. Drink the tea too, it'll help you sleep. Sakura nodded and began to meticulously eat. The longer the silence stretched on, the more worried Kakashi felt. Even after losing her patience, she still talked to him. She flirted and teased, but she did none of that there. She was lifeless. Defeated. Kakashi felt distinctly he felt very much not okay with that. He didn't like seeing her like that one bit. Minato-sensei would know what to do. He'd know the right words to say that would make her smile. Obito would be able to make her laugh. Rin would be able to comfort her. Anyone would be better than me. Shit. He had to rely on his dogs to comfort her because he was so awkward with it. Here he was concerned about her lack of experience dealing with crap like that, and he still refused to deal with it for others. Here was a prime time to earn that experience, and he shoved it off on his dogs. Kakashi rubbed at his face, putting those unhelpful thoughts away for the moment. Thinking about himself when Sakura needed him was unacceptable. He would deal with his demons eventually, but right now he had to deal with hers. When she was done eating, he put away her dishes and told her to get some sleep. He didn't know why he was actually surprised when she said she couldn't. He definitely was surprised when she said she was to blame for her parents' death. The idea was laughable to Kakashi in a twisted sense of how he could perfectly understand why she would feel that way. He didn't dig the katana through his father's guts, but he shunned him like the rest of the villagers. He didn't force Obito to take his place, but his carelessness gave Obito the opportunity to sacrifice himself for Kakashi. He didn't get Rin kidnapped, but his lack of strength resulted in her death nonetheless. He could tell himself over and over it wasn't his fault. He would never believe himself though. The idea that Sakura was about to enter that same kind of cycle as him was simply awful. He wouldn't even wish it upon his worst enemy, let alone his favorite student. When she began to sob uncontrollably, he instinctively reached out in a vain hope to comfort her. She threw himself into his arms, and for once he didn't feel quite so distressed with her physical contact. He didn't even mind that his shirt was thoroughly covered in tears and snot within the hour. All he could think about was that he wished he could make her smile. Eventually, her sobs subsided to hiccups and then slowly transitioned into heavy breathing. Kakashi didn't move from his spot for almost another hour, afraid of waking the exhausted girl. The dogs moved around him to give him proper support while he sat with her practically in his lap by that point. It'll take at least a week for them to finish repairing her home, Kakashi murmured to his dogs. Insurance could take upwards of a month to finish processing. It might be best if she stayed with you for the month, Baisuk softly replied. I doubt she'll be functional in only a week. Probably, Kakashi agreed reluctantly, then sighed for what felt like the 100th time that night. She'll have to go clothes shopping tomorrow, I bet. I'll see what I can do to get her insurance processed through. Pakin shifted slightly in Sakura's arms, licking at the goosebumps that crawled up and down her arms. Would you be able to? She's legally an adult now since she became a full-fledged kunoichi. I'll figure something out. There's no need to bother her with unnecessary details. The pack agreed as one. Kakashi then began the process of gently tucking Sakura into her makeshift bed. The pack moved around her, pressing their bodies against her and offering her a kind of warmth that Kakashi couldn't provide. He left the room and grimaced upon noticing the time. Already almost 5. He made a clone to stay with the pack and Sakura and to start breakfast when Sakura would wake up. He changed into a clean uniform, brushed out the bits of dried blood from his hair, then left. He first went to Sakura's home to see if he could salvage any important documents that would help smooth the insurance process. He lucked out that the Haruno family had had the forethought to bury their important documents in a safe under the house. Standard procedure for most families that lived in a shinobi village. Houses were typically destroyed at least once a decade. He dug it up without any issue and grabbed all of the documents. Kakashi flipped through all of the documents before he found the Haruno will. He skimmed it and felt immediately relieved that the will provided detailed instructions for their funeral arrangements, insurance, claims, property, finances, stocks, etc. It included contact information for their lawyer, who lived in the capital, as well as possible guardianship for Sakura. Not that that mattered anyway, since Sakura was a legal adult in the eyes of Konoha. Kakashi made a clone to head to the messenger office to contact the family lawyer while he personally went to the insurance department. He wasn't surprised to find a curvy line wrapped outside of the building. During after emergencies, the insurance department was one of the many buildings that had to remain open 24/7 until the Hokage declared the village had returned to vigilant peace. Unlucky for them, a new Hokage would have to be decided upon before they could catch a break. Kakashi stoically entered the back of the line, noting that many other shinobi and kunoichi were in the line, their faces blank. Kakashi rummaged through his pocket before he pulled out his worn Aika and began to reread the same page for the next couple of hours while he waited. When it was finally his turn to meet with an agent, Kakashi lazily entered a small office and sat down across from a tired middle-aged man with enough scars to rival Ibiki. The man who Kakashi realized was the previous Umbu Lieutenant. Peacock snorted upon seeing Kakashi. No fucking way the Umbu apartments were hit. Get the hell out. I'm not here for me, Kakashi responded, resisting the urge to smirk at the obviously irritated man. Annoying others had become a simple pleasure of Kakashi's. His younger self would have hated himself now, for a multitude of reasons, as irritating others was something only petulant and petty people did. Kakashi didn't care though. He loved it. It was even better when his comrades tried to unnerve him, tried and failed every time. Until a certain pink-haired kunoichi entered his life. Now Kakashi had a new appreciation for not being annoying. The retired shinobi gave Kakashi a disbelieving look. Who for then? Student, Kakashi said, placing the multitude of documents onto the desk. Peacock picked them up, skimmed through them, and began to mutter to himself. It's not legal for you to. Peacock began gesturing towards the paperwork, you know. Do this. I take it her parents are dead? Yep. Is she alive? Yep. Maimed? Nope. Any reason to not return to active duty? A slight hesitation. No. Then legally there is no reason for her not to be here to fill out the forms. Sensei or not, you do not have the legal standing to fill out the appropriate information or really do anything on her behalf. Kakashi smiled, feeling a trifle annoyed. I'm sure she won't press charges. The Hokage, I highly doubt the new Hokage would press charges either, Kakashi pressed. It's not right, Peacock reiterated, shaking his head. And you should be ashamed of yourself for asking me to do this. Kakashi continued to smile. Peacock gave a groan. You are not above the law, dog. I would never imply such a thing. all I'm suggesting is that you help me help my student from one shinobi to another. He glared at Kakashi then. If I say no, are you going to sick your damn pack on me? I would never use my dogs for such a thing, Kakashi said, mock aghast. Not that pack, ex-peacock snapped. The doughy-eyed umbu that worship the ground you walk on. All what, 50 of them? Kakashi shrugged, not disagreeing with the possible threat. I can't help it if I make an impression. He shook his head, sighing again. Fine. Fine. If I get fired over this, you won't. If I get fired over this, I'll set your apartment on fire. Kakashi was so impressed. That's a completely boring threat coming from ex-umbu. Sometimes the simpler things work the best, ex-peacock responded, then paused. Shut up and start signing. Scene change. A few days later, Kakashi had gone out to get some food. His cooking skills were limited, and though she didn't say anything, he was certain Sakura was growing tired of his pasta or rice. Kakashi hoped a change of pace would bring a smile back on her face. Not the fake shit she tried to pull the other day, though. When Kakashi saw that disgustingly fake smile the other day, he felt physically ill. Hindsight, he wished he had handled it better than immediately throwing his book at her, but he was glad he got the point across. Kakashi's eyes drifted over towards his Sakura, and he wasn't surprised, no less disappointed, to find her dull eyes staring listlessly ahead. He never thought he would have reached the day where he wished for his 12-year-old student to flirt with him. Kakashi slowed his pace and Sakura immediately matched his speed, her eyes flickering up to his. Upon seeing his face, a tiny smile stretched across her lips and a spark of affection entered her eyes. Kakashi reached over to her and patted her head. She reached up to grab his hand, probably to hold it, but as her fingers barely grazed the top of his hand, she seemed to jerk and shove her hands back into the pocket of her hoodie. Kakashi repressed his sigh, gave her head another good pat, and then continued on. About 5 minutes later they arrived at the quaint tea shop that Kakashi knew had excellent sweets, and while he did not have a sweet tooth, he remembered Naruto mentioning that Sakura did. After they had lunch, Kakashi planned on picking up the new pup for Sakura, and hopefully the combination of the two would cheer her up. When Kakashi stopped walking, Sakura hurried to catch up to him, and when she did, he patted her on the head again. Her smile was a bit bigger than last time, and it reminded Kakashi of her usual smile. He reflexively smiled back at her, his pat becoming gentler. See? That's a good smile. Her cheeks transitioned into a rosy complex and her smile turned into a proper grin. It warmed Kakashi to see a glimpse of his student being happy. He never would have thought that he would become attached to his students already. Was this what Minato felt like whenever the man was able to make Kakashi smile? It was a surprisingly nice feeling. His students were the antithesis of his past. They weren't covered in blood, gore, or cynicism. Even Sasuke still had that spark of childish hope in his eyes from time to time. He wasn't lost like many of Kakashi's comrades were. Kakashi's precious students were tainted by war or anything else of that ilk. While they certainly had their struggles and their own demons to deal with, they weren't overburdened by them. They still had the kind of life and light in their eyes that Kakashi lost decades ago. In an odd way, being with his students was comforting to Kakashi. So seeing one of his students, his normally most energetic one, at that so despondent, was uncomfortable. Kakashi was pulled from his thoughts when he thought he smelled someone familiar. Kurenai and Asuma approached him and Sakura, and he casually struck up a conversation as he tried to pinpoint that scent. His eyes roamed around until Itachi. Scene change, then there was a sudden, entirely unexpected kick to the back of Kakashi's knees. He was so caught off guard by it that it took too many seconds long to recover from it, and by that point Aping Ket had already leapt over to stand between him and Itachi. And her eyes were locked with Itachi's. He barely heard her whisper the word pain, and then she fell forward. Kakashi grabbed her before she fell entirely in the water, his mind whirling in disbelief and horror. "Let's go, Kisame," Itachi said softly, and Kakashi's gaze snapped up in reflex, but Itachi was not focused on him. For a millisecond, the missing nin was staring at his student, and then dozens of crows emerged from him and he and Kisame were gone. For a split second Kakashi's body tensed to follow them, but then he remembered his unconscious please don't be dead student in his arms and his attention returned to her. Kurenai let out a quiet gasp and hurried to kneel beside Kakashi, her right hand glowing a soft green as she placed it over Sakura's forehead. Kurenai began then hesitated. She needs medical assistance. Her chakra structures are strained. We have to hurry. What about it? Asuma began, but Kakashi was already gone. Scene change, anger surged through him every time he saw her face. Why would she do that? Kakashi thought, a strange sense of disbelief permeating his thoughts. What possible delusion entered into her head that she thought she could stand up against a missing nin? She had no trouble letting me fight Zabuza before, so why now? Was it her way of dealing with grief? Throw herself into hopeless situations and hope for the enemy to be merciful and end her suffering? Fuck, that was no way to live. That mindset would ruin her. One of Sakura's friends, Hinata, passed by Kakashi in the hallway of the hospital. Hinata smiled at him and bowed, and Kakashi returned it with a polite head dip before continuing his furious pacing. He couldn't believe Sakura was that stupid. He couldn't believe he let her get the drop on him. If I nope. No. He was not going to play that game with himself. He did what he could at the time, and he had no way of knowing his student would be such a dumbass. There was harsh pounding of footsteps, and Kakashi was surprised to find one of Naruto's shadow clones racing down the hallway. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, what are you doing here? Kakashi asked. It's just a clone, sensei. Naruto dismissed. There was this old couple talking about a fight in Konoha with a pink-haired kunoichi. Of course the gossip reached Naruto, Kakashi thought. Why wouldn't it? Sakura's alive, Kakashi said. Is that why you sent a clone? To check on her, yeah. I went by her house first, but it's destroyed and I didn't know where she and her family were staying, so I was really confused on where to go to next. But then I realized that if she was in some kind of fight, she would be at a hospital. So I got here and I asked the lady up front if Sakura was here, and she said down up here, and here I am. So the real you is with Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi inquired. Naruto nodded firmly. Yeah. Clones are pretty neat. Sakura-chan told me how when a clone gets destroyed it can keep its memories. That is certainly true. Naruto beamed. It's pretty handy. But anyway, where is Sakura? How is she? Kakashi tilted his head towards Sakura's room and Naruto practically threw himself inside. Sakura-chan. Oh, hi, Hinata-chan. Naruto closed the door behind him, preventing Kakashi from hearing Hinata's response. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his irritation still present. Thinking about it won't change anything. If when she wakes up I'll talk to her then, Kakashi thought. Scene change, end of Kakashi's POV. First person POV. OC, Sakura. Kakashi wheeled us home and I gently stroked Brightheart while cooing to her. We bought her own food bowl, water bowl, along with chew toys, a blanket, a bed, and some special shampoo to use for her scarred skin. As we rounded another corner on our way back to his apartment, we stopped short when an out-of-breath Sasuke leapt down at us from the rooftops. His eyes were wide with an almost manic gleam in them as he looked us over before his gaze locked in on me. I gave him a smile and a wave, unintentionally waking Brightheart up from her slumber. Sasuke's face morphed into mild horror. Can you walk? I'm physically capable of doing so, but it would be counterintuitive with resting up, I answered him. Don't worry, it's nothing permanent. Naruto's bringing back the best medical kunoichi the world has ever known, and she'll fix me up good as new. Relief settled over his face and Kakashi cleared his throat. You were looking for us? I ran into Hinata. She mentioned that Sakura had a run-in with Itachi and was in the hospital. Sasuke stumbled over Itachi's name, spitting it out like a bad piece of fruit. I reached towards Sasuke, grabbing his hand and giving it a comforting squeeze. I smiled as warmly and as surely as I could. Don't worry, duck butt. Everything is okay. I'll be fine. Ida-chan didn't do anything that I wasn't prepared for. That made his eyes narrow, and I could practically feel Kakashi's annoyed glare at me from behind, and Brightheart let out a soft growl, clearly unhappy to be awoken from her nap. Sasuke looked down at Brightheart, his expression unreadable. Did you get a puppy or something? This is our fur baby, I told Sasuke, patting the grumpy Brightheart on the head. She is not. Kakashi let out a sigh. She is not our fur baby. I covered Brightheart's ears with a scandalized gasp. How dare you say that in front of our child? So you're both fine, Sasuke interrupted firmly. Of course we are, I dismissed. I wouldn't let anything happen to Kakashi-sensei. Even if that means throwing yourself in front of AS-ranked missing Nin, Kakashi muttered. Especially if it means throwing myself in front of Ida-chan and Kisame-sama, I said firmly, then sighed dreamily at the thought of Kisame opening my presents. I wondered what face he made when he saw everything. I really hoped he would wear everything I made for him. I bet he would look absolutely irresistible in mittens. Sasuke shook his head in exasperation at me. That man is not someone to take lightly. He's a monster. I held up Brightheart to Sasuke, and the puppy protested heavily at being lifted up from her comfy spot in my lap. But I got Brightheart because of him. How could a monster give me such a cute puppy? I gave you the puppy, Kakashi corrected, clearly offended that I was giving Itachi all the credit. So you admit it, I cried out. She came from you, and since I am her mother, that makes you the father. Ergo Brightheart is our fur baby. Kakashi made a funny, frustrated noise. I'm leaving before I get sucked into your twisted little family, Sasuke informed us. You're the uncle. Please provide her with love, support, and treats. Sasuke stared at me another moment before he promptly turned on his heel and left. Pork is her favorite, I called after him. Only when he was out of sight did I tilt my head to look up at Kakashi and wink at him. Thank you for having a fur baby with me, Kakashi flicked my nose. Scene change, Brightheart was officially the single cutest patootie to have ever breathed. There was no argument, no contest, absolutely no opposition. She was undeniably adorable, and if anyone ever tried to tell me otherwise, I would unleash my villainous mind upon them and inflict unspeakable horrors. Horrors that were so horribly horrible simply thinking about them would horrify someone. Brightheart gave me another snarl as she tried to gnaw my hand. She stopped putting significant effort into after about an hour of returning home from shopping with Kakashi. She was curled into my lap, alternating between biting my right hand and simply holding it in her mouth and growling. My left hand kept petting her as gently as I could. I sat on Kakashi's couch, entirely enamored by the adorable puppy that now depended upon me. Your home should be finished with its repair within the next day or so, Kakashi said, entering the living room and taking a seat beside me. My eyes flickered up towards him before I returned my attention to Brightheart. I'll help you settle back in if you'd like. Thank you, I thanked, quietly hesitating for a moment before asking, what do I do about Brightheart when I go on missions? I know we got automatic feeders and waterers, and I'm sure I could hook up a doggy door for her and build a large enough fence in the backyard that she won't escape, but I don't want her to be all alone. There are plenty of options, Kakashi reassured me. You can set up a daily D-rank mission and hire a genin team to play with her for a few hours and take care of her. You can have them take care of her for however many times of the day you like. There are hotels for her to stay at if you would rather she receive constant supervision. I'm sure some of your friends would also be more than happy to take care of her. I felt relieved at the many options. Yeah, you're right. Hina-chan and Ino-chan would be more than happy to let her stay with them when I'm gone. Kakashi-ite smiled at me, and I couldn't resist beaming back at him. For the first time in a while I felt happy. Between Brightheart's adorableness and Kakashi's sheer amazingness, it was hard to dwell on not okay things, and when I didn't think about not okay things I felt pretty okay. Which was spectacular. I much rather preferred feeling okay than the other stuff. Like who boy did I not want to deal with that other stuff? That other stuff could stay behind a 50-kilometer high wall millions of light years away from me, please and thank you. Scene change. It was early in the morning the next day. Hardly past 5 really, with the sun barely glimpsing over the horizon and bringing light into the gray apartment. Last night was the first night I slept without dreams, and when I woke up to find Brightheart snuggled against me I was overcome with emotions that I began to hysterically cry. Of course that woke up Kakashi immediately, and he came running in only to find me laughing while hysterically crying. What's wrong www with me I had cried out between hiccups. He flailed a bit. If I knew we wouldn't be in this mess. Good times. Anyway, so after I had calmed down it was decided that we would both just get up for the day at 3-something in the morning. Kakashi moved me to the couch and shoved a handful of adventure novels in my lap before heading off to get food for breakfast. He returned with breakfast dumplings. He also made me promise I wouldn't ask the goggle gods to introduce me to Obito while I was gone. I held the adorable lump that was Brightheart near my face before I began to nuzzle her. I only stopped when I heard 3 sharp taps on the window in the living room. Kakashi got up from his spot on the couch and opened it to a brown and black hawk with a carrier tube tied to it. It was odd to see it so early in the morning, but I guess 5 wasn't that early. Kakashi opened the carrier hawk's message, remarking that it was addressed to me. He read it over briefly before folding it back up and handing me a small envelope that was attached to it. Your house has finished reconstruction. Insurance for the house is inside. Your parents' life insurance is also inside. I also took the liberty of contacting your family's lawyer. He should be arriving before the week ends. Okay, was my response. What else could I have said? He shifted and I looked down at Brightheart, who was curled in my lap. Her one good eye constantly flickered around. I ran my fingers through her fur, my touch growing lighter when I ran over the bald or scarred spots. Do you? Kakashi began, then paused. Do you want to see it? I nodded my head even though I didn't really want to see it. Kakashi got out my wheelchair and I awkwardly got into it. Brightheart made a small protest in the back of her throat that I had to transition from being on the couch with her to a creaky wheelchair. Then we headed out. Scene change. I held Brightheart close to me, as close as I could at least without making her too uncomfortable, and when the sun hit me I couldn't resist smiling. No matter what happened, the sun always came up. Being with Kakashi was also nice. Fangirling aside, I took great comfort in his presence. The fact that he stayed utterly calm and assured the entire time made me feel millions better. It helped me shove aside the heart-stopping, gut-clenching, bitterly cold guilt I felt any time my thoughts lingered too far away from anything happy. It was easier to focus on happy with him because he made me happy. That cloud looks like a slice of pizza, I told Kakashi, nodding towards said cloud. He looked at it moving slowly as he wheeled me towards my ho-ho home. Kakashi let out a hum sound. Looks more like the tip of a kunai to me. I could see that. I prefer pizza more than kunai though, to be honest. Can't say I've had the pleasure of eating pizza before. I can make you some, I offered, immediately titling my head back and looking up at him. His dark eyes flickered down towards me and I felt a sudden surge of happiness in my chest. It was so unexpected I wasn't able to tone down my beaming smile that ensued. Kakashi blinked in surprise at me before he let out a quiet chuckle and flicked my nose. I gave a squawk and reached up to swat his hand away, but he already withdrew it and continued to wheel me towards my ho-home. The village looked better. Life had breathed itself into the streets of Konoha again. One could hardly find a damaged street or area. As the sun slowly rose into the sky, the people rose with it, and there was amicable chatter and groggy laughter filling the streets once more. The walk to my home was pleasant because of it. When we entered the neighborhood, I felt my stomach churn, and when we got to my home, my world titled for a brief second. There was no garden nor any cute stone path to lead up to a painted red door and a worn welcome mat. It was a small 2-story house that held no personality or life. Kakashi seemed to sense my unease because he placed a tentative hand on my shoulder. I leaned my head against the hand, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. I took every bit of grief I felt inside of me and I shoved it away. I was not the type of person to dwell on such unhappy thoughts on things that I could not change. Ka-chan was dead. Tu-chan was dead. Nothing could be done or said to change that fact. They loved me. And I loved them. We all knew this, and we never doubted our love for one another for a second. Nothing could be done or said to change that fact. There was a house in front of me, though, that I could change. I had their memories and thoughts and hopes for me that I could still act upon. I could honor them. I would honor them in a way that I was certain would make them happy. I could hope that somehow that I could still make them happy. If I didn't have that hope, I would not give that hope up. No use dwelling on the what-ifs. When I reopened my eyes, the house seemed a bit warmer. I looked up at Kakashi, a smile on my face, and I said, "I'm going to have a lot of work today." Kakashi stared at me a moment, his single eye widening briefly, and then it softened. He gave me a smile that warmed every part of my body and filled me with a kind of determined energy. He ruffled my hair and began to wheel me towards the front door. He effortlessly picked up the entire wheelchair over the front 2 steps. "Ma, let's take a look around and take stock of what you want and need. Afterwards we can shop for furniture and paint. What we don't find we'll order." I beamed at my sensei, and Brightheart rolled over in her sleep with a quiet snort, hugging my right hand that I kept on her. We toured the rebuilt home, and I told Kakashi what I planned to do in each room. When someone entered our home, they were first greeted to a simple hallway. At the end of the hallway were the stairs that lead upstairs. On the left side of the hallway before the stairs was an open doorway to our kitchen. Mirroring that on the right side was an open doorway that led to the living room. The kitchen took up a decent-sized corner of the house, and through it, heading towards our backyard, was the dining room. My family did not typically use the dining room. We preferred to eat in the kitchen at a quaint white wooden table, and instead it was used for Tu-chan's woodwork or Ka-chan's painting. The living room took up the entire bottom right side of our home except for a small toiletry room in the back right corner. Ka-chan had hundreds of little knick-knacks she'd collect, all in a flower or cat-related theme. She hung her finished pieces on the wall when she didn't want to sell them. By the time I had turned 9, she had covered every inch of the wall and had to start placing paintings in the hallways and in their bedroom. Out the back door was a small patio Tu-chan made when I was 5. It came out from the house about 3 meters before transitioning into steps towards Ka-chan's prized lemon and cherry trees. Heading up the stairs at the very top, there was a door to the immediate left that led to the master bedroom. To the right was a hallway that wrapped around the staircase and had 2 doors on it. The first door led to a small storage room, and the next door at the end led to my room. My room had an attached bathroom just as Ka-chan's and Tu-chan's room did. That was our home. Tu-chan painted our kitchen walls the color of my eyes when I was born. He was a hobbyist woodworker and created beautiful pale wainscoting panels around the house. Unfortunately, those panels no longer existed since they weren't part of the original design. Kakashi mentioned he knew someone in woodworking that he would be willing to talk to for me, and I beamed at him in response. I wanted to create an exact replica of our kitchen. Quite a large chunk of happy memories came from the family meals or weekend baking with Ka-chan and Tu-chan. There wasn't anything I wanted to do differently in the kitchen, and it felt like a nice way to honor those inordinately joyful memories. Perhaps it was unhealthy to want to recreate it. Maybe once it was done, whenever I looked into the kitchen I would feel sad all over again. But I didn't want that to happen, and I didn't think they would want that either. I wanted to make even more happy memories inside that lovely kitchen. Even if it was awkward or even painful at first, I believed it was for the best. I decided to turn the dining room area into a workshop for my poisons. Kakashi made a remark about how I probably shouldn't keep toxins so close to food, but I decided that that was all part of the thrill. I wasn't sure on all the colors I wanted to use or what furniture I should purchase. All I knew was that I wanted my home to be as bright and warm as I could make it. Kakashi mentioned that he was sure that there would be plenty of helpful employees at the furniture stores that would be more than happy to assist me in that endeavor. When we went upstairs to the master bedroom, I felt uncomfortable again. Even more so when Kakashi asked, "Are you going to sleep here now?" I don't know, I admitted quietly. "You should," Kakashi told me. "The sooner you replace old memories with new ones, the better. Especially if you intend to stay here for any long periods of time." "I intend to stay here until the day I die," I declared stubbornly. Kakashi chuckled at that, and onwards we continued. When it was time to look at the backyard, I realized I would have to put in a fence for Brightheart too. And that Kaa-chan's precious trees were long gone. I wonder if I should bother replanting them now or wait until after Pain's invasion. I wondered. Probably should wait until after Konoha gets destroyed again. Ugh. Once the tour was over, it was nearing noon, but neither of us were particularly hungry. We decided we would eat after shopping. I hoped to get the essential furniture that day or tomorrow so I could move out of Kakashi's apartment. It was incredibly kind of Kakashi to allow me to stay with him, but I understood that Kakashi was a man of intense privacy and having me live with him was likely taxing. Scene change. After lunch, we began to head out towards one of the furniture stores. To our surprise, though, Sasuke ran into us. I noticed he had a wrapped-up bundle in his arms. "There you are," Sasuke said, then frowned. "What are you doing?" "We're shopping for furniture for my home," I told Sasuke. "Kakashi knows the best places." Sasuke's brow furrowed. "Why, my home was destroyed. Reconstruction finished last night, so now I have to fill it back up with furniture and whatnot." "Ah," Sasuke said, then paused. "Why aren't your parents?" Unease. They didn't, he realized. Sasuke shifted uncomfortably, his gaze lowered and his head turned away. "Do you guys need help?" Kakashi smiled. "More the merrier, right?" "Right," I agreed, holding Brightheart closer to me. The puppy let out a soft growl but resettled. Sasuke looked down at the bundle in his arms. I was going to return the bento boxes that your Kaa-chan loaned to me." "Do you? I'll take them back," I told him, "and I'll use them to make your lunches for her." He gave me what was clearly his hilariously sad attempt to smile. "Oh honey," I sighed, gesturing for him to come closer. "Come here so I can pat your cheek and remind you that you are cared for and supported." "Shut up," Sasuke snapped. "Children behave," Kakashi said in an entirely condescending tone. "Love, I can't promise that," I told him. "Misbehaving earned me a fur baby with you." "What else could I earn by misbehaving, I wonder?" "Misbehaving did not earn you a fur baby," Kakashi corrected me. "I gave her to you to help you not reinforce your sheer stupidity." "You aren't denying she's a fur baby anymore?" Sasuke questioned. I clapped my hands with delight. "Oh. You're right, Sasuke, he didn't deny Brightheart was his fur baby." "I shouldn't have to deny it in every sentence," Kakashi immediately defended. "Don't encourage her, Sasuke." "Why not?" Sasuke asked with a shrug. "If it means she's not bothering me, so you would use your poor sensei as pervert bait?" Kakashi demanded mockingly. "How cruel." "She also bribes me with pizza," Sasuke added, so he shrugged again, smirking tauntingly at Kakashi. "I guess the only response to that is youthful course level 5 when you're ready to return to duty," Kakashi said cheerfully. Sasuke and I winced. Scene change. About 2.5 weeks had passed since we went shopping for furniture. Sasuke and Kakashi helped me set my home up with the occasional obligated grumble about it. Most of the furniture I wanted had to be ordered unfortunately, so it took about a week for everything to arrive. It gave us plenty of time to build the fence in the backyard though and paint. Once I had the essential furniture though, at the end of that week I moved back into my home. It was awkward getting around in a wheelchair and the upstairs was essentially off limits for the moment, so I slept on the futon downstairs with Brightheart. Kakashi checked up on me about once a day to make sure I hadn't done a ritual to meet up with Obito. I was really regretting saying that. To my surprise, Sasuke visited me about once a day too. He helped me make lunch typically. I showed him a new tomato-themed recipe every day. He really loved Italian food, and once the food was eaten and he felt confident that I wouldn't die, he left. We didn't talk a lot during his visits, but that was okay. The fact that he made the effort at all meant a lot to me. Hinata was the next person to find about my off-family issue since she came to visit me as soon as she was able. It turned into a bit of a crying fest, so I would rather not think about it. She visited me every day at breakfast though. She stayed for a few hours knitting things with me and indulging in my kisame-involved fantasies. On the day Naruto returned with Tsunade, Hinata was planting poisonous plants in my front garden with me. Sasuke had arrived a BTI earlier than usual to give me a handful of seeds from his 2chan's garden in exchange for a calzone. Hinata came at her usual time with seeds of her own, knowing about the exchange along with some gardening tools. The day was warm and pleasant. I decided to plant the garden in front of the house so Brightheart could have free reign of the backyard without worry. We had built a privacy fence around the house, then painted it white. I bought a nice doghouse out back along with a sunning mat for Brightheart to lay on. She loved it. There might not have been a patio like before, but that just meant more room for Brightheart to play in. Hinata patted down the soft earth after she planted the last of the seeds. I mixed the fertilizer in with the large watering can while she did so, and then said, "I don't suppose you know how often I'm supposed to water these things? I wrote all the instructions you need to know in here," Sasuke said, stepping outside the house with a perfectly wrapped calzone in one hand. He tossed me a clean small black leather notebook. I flipped it open to find extremely delicate-looking handwriting inside. "Why do you have better handwriting than me?" I whined. Sasuke sneered at me. "Because I don't rush things like you." "I can be patient," I protested. "I patiently waited for these seeds. You badgered me for them for days," Sasuke immediately denied. Hinata giggled at that. "I'm sure Sachan didn't badger you for them, Sasuke-san." Sasuke gave her a deadpan look which made Hinata erupt into another fit of giggles. Her contagious happiness actually got a small twitch from Sasuke's lips and a giggle from me. "Thank you for the notebook," I thanked Sasuke, flipping through a few more pages. "Oh. I wrote down a few extra things," Sasuke admitted. "Not everything from 2chan's garden provided seeds this season, but since they're still helpful, I thought you would include them in your garden eventually." Sasuke had filled the notebook with detailed explanations on each plant he had in his garden and a few I suspected that he did not have. The gesture was admirable and it warmed me. I may not have been his favorite person in the world, but I was glad that I had somehow managed to worm my way into his circle of tolerable people. "Thank you," I said again, trying to convey my sincerity. He shrugged, a sheepish look on his face for a millisecond before he turned his head away so I couldn't see. "It's whatever. We're teammates. I'll see you tomorrow." "Goodbye, Sasuke," Hinata called after him and I echoed her. Sasuke gave a small wave without looking back as he exited my front yard. He shut the gate behind him and was gone in the next moment. Hinata and I went back to working on the yard in silence for another 10 minutes before we were interrupted by a joyous shout. At once our heads lifted up to find Naruto throwing open our gate and tackling into me. "Sakura-chan." I let out an as my dear friend knocked the air right out of me. Naruto released the hug and sat on my belly, his sparkling blue eyes lit up with utter adoration and happiness. His trademark grin was endearing and I couldn't resist grinning excitedly back at him. My son. I brought you the big-boobed hag, Naruto exclaimed, turning his head to look at Tsunade, who was staring at the display with plain amusement. I tilted my head and waved at her and Shizune, who had just arrived on the scene looking extremely flustered and holding the cute little piggy wiggy. Nice to meet you, beautiful young lady, I called out. I'm Sakura Haruno. And that's my waifu, Hinata Fuga. I'm the waifu of Sakura-chan. Hinata introduced herself. Naruto pouted. What? How come Sakura-chan gets a waifu? What's a waifu? I smiled and patted Naruto's cheek. Hina-chan can be your waifu too. You have to treat her well though. Can you do that, dear? Naruto rolled off me as Hinata let out a yip of surprise from my words. Naruto hopped over to Hinata and beamed at her. Wanna be my waifu, Hinata-chan? Oh, okay, Hinata wheezed, smushing her tomato-colored cheeks. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Shizune responded hesitantly. I'm Shizune and this is Tsunade-sama. I heard one of you was a dumbass, Tsunade said bluntly, eyeing me. I sat up. I am the queen of dumbass. How may I help you? The brat persuaded me to take a look at you, Tsunade said, entering my front yard and striding towards me. The woman was as gorgeous in real life as she was in the anime, and I openly ogled her. Tsunade squatted down beside me, her right hand flaring to life with soothing green chakra. She gently placed her hand over my forehead and my entire body began to tingle. A solid 30 seconds ticked by in silence of feeling tingly before she pulled back and smirked. There. You're training in medical, right? You know how to rehabilitate yourself after being wheelchair for so long? I grinned at her. Hell yeah. Thanks, gorgeous. She preened. It was nothing. You, my sweet, are the antithesis of nothing, I purred. Can you not flirt with every attractive woman you see? Naruto wondered out loud. I batted my eyelashes and gave a wink to Shizune, causing the poor woman to look extremely uncomfortable. Tsunade laughed at me. Ah. A female young Jiraiya. I've seen it all. I bet I can show you more, I teased. Call me in 20 years, Kido. Tsunade dismissed, standing back up. Let's go, Shizune. Call me whenever you're bored and I will liven your night, I called after her as she and Shizune left. All right, now someone help me up so I can start doing my rehab. Naruto and Hinata moved at the same time towards me, both grabbing my opposite arm and lifting me up. I wobbly stood on my feet, triumph blooming inside of me. I couldn't resist beaming at my two precious friends and they both smiled back at me in return. This calls for a celebration, I declared. I demand cake. I'll make it, Hinata exclaimed excitedly, a spark in her eyes. Naruto's face lit up. I wanna eat the leftover batter. Only if you help me, Hinata told him. You got yourself a deal. Scene change. I watched the crew work on the set, admiring the scene and the hottie's ability to act despite being so apathetic. Plus, with her bent over like that, it gave me a good angle to compare her to Kakashi. His was still better in my opinion, but she ranked third. Which was impressive considering her competition. Naruto and Sasuke were below deck eating some rice cakes I had made, and Kakashi took up a position a little ways from all of us on the deck. His gaze was transfixed out to the ocean, and if I didn't have other plans in mind, I would have immediately headed over to him and cuddled up against him, claiming I had to conserve my chakra. However, something far more important was predominant in my mind. When the scene ended, I headed over to the director and cleared my throat. The director looked over at me, squinting and frowning. Yes. I am quite the fan, I began, and I noticed that in all of Haim's movies she has had no love interest. The man grunted in response. I was wondering if that might be because of your own lack of inspiration for love? I inquired sweetly. The director laughed loudly. Something like that. Can't say I've seen any good romances that would match with her. I bowed to him. Then allow me to enlighten you on this journey. I shall inspire you with my love for my teacher. Kakashi's head whipped around and wasted no time in shushoning to me and tossing me over his shoulder. I took the opportunity to pinch booty again and he made a funny choking noise. Please ignore my deranged student. You will surrender to my love, Kakashi-sensei. Like Harem defeated the villains in the sequel, I will conquer your love and claim it for my own. Kakashi slowly inched us away from the group during my declaration, moving more quickly as some of the crewmen began to snigger. The director smiled coyly. I look forward to seeing you inspire me. Sakura-chan, challenge accepted. Scene change, extra 2, because why not? I sauntered into one of Konoha's bars because I had seen a sexy-ass walk-in moments before. My eyes were rewarded for my decision upon finding the nymph of sexiness Anko heading up to the bar with a leer on her face. I followed behind her, hopping into the seat right next to her and purring, "May I buy you some dango, my goddess?" Anko turned her head and her face split into a smirk/grin. She draped an arm around my shoulders. Ah, my favorite slave. Why, I suppose I can grant you the blessing of purchasing dango for me. I mock shuddered. Oh, my darling, you're too kind to me. Just wait until the clock hits midnight, cutie, Anko responded, pulling me closer and leering at the clock above the wall. I'll show you a world you've never seen. I placed a hand over my heart and made a dramatic sigh of joy. Oh, Anko-sama. Just keep saying my name, sweetie. The bartender gave us a horrified look. Scene change. 10 minutes before midnight, many plates of dango and bottles of sake surrounded us, along with a good portion of drunk shinobi. We were cheering over some form of game that I didn't entirely understand, some form of strip poker, but I was somehow winning because I was the last one still fully dressed, not counting the shoes I had to take off. There was chanting, jeering, and laughter, but most importantly there was a countdown to midnight. Now, I didn't know what happened at midnight, but I had a feeling that it was going to be awesome because Anko was really excited about it. And anything that got Anko excited had to be fun. Unfortunately for me, I didn't find out that night. Because a certain bartender got in contact with a certain teacher barely in time. I placed my cards down and let out a smirk of victory when the man across from me let out a cry of despair because he knew he had to get rid of his pants, but he still had his boxers. The others cheered around me, and just before the man got up to strip, the door flew open and there was a hand over my eyes and away I was whisked. Anko-sama. No, my slave. Anko cried out. Come back to me, no, 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 no. Kakashi denied, throwing me over his shoulder and practically sprinting out of that bar. Holy fuck no. You are 14. But I have the heart of a horny 20-something-year-old, I sobbed. No-oh. Take me back to my goddess. Are you drunk? No, I lied. Then I pinched his booty because he threw me over his shoulder and it was totally defenseless. He threw me into the river. Chapter 12, Lights, Camera, Romance. All right, you're cleared for missions again, Shizune told me. It had been a week since Tsunade returned to the village, and the village was beyond joyous to have their darling princess, a queen, now back. Tsunade went to quick work in focusing the efforts to stabilize the village after the invasion, in addition to personally seeing to some of the trickiest patients that the standard hospital workers couldn't handle. Shizune took up as the unofficial new leader of the hospital. The previous head was getting ready for retirement and was all too happy to pass on the responsibilities to Tsunade's protégé. Naturally, also being the Hokage's aide, Shizune was outrageously busy. She didn't take a lot of patients, only the patients that Tsunade personally attended to, but she made the exception for me since I was Naruto's best friend. Haha, take that, Sasuke. Thankfully, since I had been keeping up with my physical therapy and not overexerting myself while I was wheelchair-bound, it didn't take much to bring me back up to speed. After a week of focused care and light training with my team, I was cleared for missions. Yippee! I beamed. Thanks, senpai. Shizune smiled at me, a light blush on her cheeks. Always happy to help. It's so nice to be settled down in one place. I reached over and gave her shoulder a squeeze. I'm glad that you're happy. I hope that you can think of Konoha as a home. I'm sure that won't be a problem, Shizune reassured me. A grin stretched over my face. Lovely. Thanks again for walking me through the healing process. I haven't gotten a lot of proper hands-on experience since I did the heart transplant in Wave. Shizune blinked. The what and what? On our first mission outside the village I got to do a heart transplant, I said excitedly. Haku took Kakashi's Chidori through the chest so he needed a new heart. It was really scary, but I think it was good experience. Shizune balked. Wait, you did a heart transplant on your first mission? First one outside the village, I corrected her. And yes. Kakashi and Zabuza helped me find some of the veins and whatnot inside though. I couldn't have done it without them. Did they also use Shosen and assist you? I was the only one who knew how to use Shosen. So you were essentially on your own? Well, I suppose if you want to get technical about it, Sakura, that's unbelievable. You can look at the mission report if you don't believe me. No, Shizune said quickly, still stupefied. It's simply that it's amazing. You're only 12 and you already performed major cardiovascular surgery. I shrugged. To be fair, I coincidentally studied heart transplants before the mission. And Kakashi and Zabuza were the ones who really helped guide me. I don't think I would have been successful without them. Shizune's eyes widened. You were successful? Yeah. Oh my. Have you considered becoming a full-time Irionin? It is something I have considered, yes, I told her. But I also want to be some kind of damage dealer. If I can't solo enemies on my own, then that's no fun. That's not problem, Shizune assured me. With your natural talent though, I feel confident you could have the skills to specialize in at least 2 fields. If you're serious about becoming an Irionin though, you should come with me on my rounds at the hospital. My eyes grew large and I felt a pleasant flip-flop in my stomach. Excitedly I asked, are you sure? I'm still technically 12, so wouldn't people be wary? I'll claim you as my apprentice if that's the case, Shizune dismissed. Perhaps Tsunade may even want to take you up as her last apprentice once she sees what you're capable of. Oh boy. When can I come around? Any time you have free time, Shizune said. I know you'll be doing a lot of missions for the village to help bring it back on track from the invasion, but when you have time I think it would be greatly beneficial to you to come on rounds with me. Thanks, I definitely will. Hey, do you work with poisons? Frequently. It's actually my go-to offense, Shizune admitted. I grinned. Me too. Sorta. I'm learning. Would it be okay to ask for a lethal recipe? Shizune tilted her head. You don't have any lethal recipes? I shook my head. No. Only a chunin, really? Yeah. So a lot of the good stuff is restricted. Given my team's natural magnetism towards extreme danger, I was hoping to be able to find a good proper lethal poison. Shizune gave a small laugh. Yes. You do seem to attract danger. Well, if you only want one, then I'll give you my favorite. Krite's kiss. I blinked. Krite's kiss? Shizune nodded. Yes. It's actually one I created myself. The ingredients involved are hard to come by, but I'm sure you'd be able to make do. Hard to come by? Yes. For starters, it requires the venom from a blue krite. The snake is extremely dangerous to handle and a bite can kill even a shinobi in 6 hours or so. The antidote for such a strong toxin is equally hard to make. The herbs required for it only grow around Yuzushio-gakure. My eyes were wide. Wow. Shizune smiled. If you can obtain the ingredients and successfully brew it, a single drop will kill any enemy, except perhaps Orochimaru, within 3 hours unless they are administered an antidote within the first hour. Holy shit. I wish you luck in obtaining the ingredients though. Time for a trip to the pet store, I guess. Scene change. Konoha did not stock such dangerous pets apparently. I would have to get a hold of a proper breeder, obtain a license, and then bid for an egg. Talk about unlucky. I was bemoaning my lack of money when I stumbled upon my favorite super pervert in all of existence. Jiraiya gave me a grin and a wave. There you are. Buddy. I exclaimed with glee, throwing myself at him. I missed you. How have you been? Jiraiya patted the top of my head. I've been fine, my wingman. I've been meaning to talk to you though. I've got something for you. I tilted my head curiously, then my eyes lit up. Oh my goggle gods, do you have it? Jiraiya pulled out a thick scroll with a dull blue ribbon tied around it. He gave me a thumbs up with his free hand and a shit-eating grin. I always deliver on my promises. Squealing, I took the scroll. I have go try this right away. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No problem. I can't believe it was actually there though. I thought for sure Hanzo would guard his summons zealously even if he is turned into a bat-tit insane paranoid monster. I waved my hand dismissively. His loss, my gain. True enough. Thanks again, my dear. I'll see you around. Of course. Scene change. As soon as I got home, I headed straight for my backyard, bringing Brightheart along and giving her lots of kisses. I unrolled the summoning scroll, unsurprised to find Hanzo's name black on it, meaning he was dead like the previous summoners. Brightheart sniffed at the scroll while I cut my thumb and wrote out my name. Brightheart then sneezed, decided the scroll was boring, and flopped over into a soft patch of grass to bask in sunlight. I began to gather as much chakra into my hands as I could while I made the summoning sign. Please let me summon abuse. Please let me summon abuse. Please let me summon abuse. Then I slapped my hands on the grass and there was a puff of smoke. 2 tiny salamanders looked up at me. One of them was bright red with a blue-tipped nostril and tail, while the other was a dark blue with a red-tipped nostril and tail. Both salamanders looked up at me curiously. Despite them not being abused the baddest, I still felt gleeful that I successfully summoned someone. Hi. I chirped. I'm your new summoner. Call me Sakura. Hello, Sakura Harem, a gentle, serene voice echoed inside of my head, and I wondered if I developed a third personality. Whoa. Whoa. I don't share very well, what the fuck? Are you inside of my head? I asked, dumbfounded. The blue salamander stepped towards me. Yes. My name is Ghetto Keeper of Cures. Salamanders have difficulty projecting our voices into the physical realm, and so many of us can only communicate directly through our summoner. Oh. Physical realm? The red salamander eyed me with unhidden irritation. Yes. Our tribe lives in the in-between. I am Doku, Keeper of Poisons. I frowned thoughtfully at that. I didn't know much about the salamander contract. I knew about abuse in the anime along with an odd, overwhelming desire to form a contract with them. It was curious that they lived in the in-between. I would have to assume that the in-between was the realm between spiritual and physical. Spiritual energy obviously existed in the Narutoverse since chakra was half spiritual. It would stand to reason that there could be a spiritual realm since this was clearly the physical realm. What exactly that spiritual realm entailed, death or strictly fantastical stuff Narnia-esque, was up for debate, and the idea of asking made me feel oddly uncomfortable. Uncomfortable like when I thought about how I knew the contract would be where it was when canonically it was never revealed. Or uncomfortable like when I thought about how exactly I was able to perform crazy heart surgery without any supposed training. A shiver ran down my spine, and I put those thoughts away. If you don't mind me asking, I began, would you please be more specific in your abilities? And tell me about who else I can summon? Of course, Geto said, her voice like cool water on a hot day. Doku and I are creationists. Anything we have ingested we can recreate into our venom. I specialize in creating antidotes while Doku excels in poisons. Deus ex machina, I will never doubt you again. Can you guys create this? I asked, pulling out Shizen's recipe for the Kreitz kiss poison and antidote. Both salamanders looked over the parchment and nodded. It takes about an hour to brew poison in our stomachs. Doku said. As long as you have a recipe though, it can be done. I clapped my hands excitedly. Lucky me. What would you guys want in return for the poisons and antidotes? We are here to assist our summoner, however, that may be the case, Geto dismissed. I shook my head. I can't simply ask for you guys to do that without giving something in return. Do you like certain kinds of foods? Candies? The salamanders exchanged bewildered looks. We like fruits. Doku stated, his eyes narrowed as he looked at me. You're a bit touched, aren't you? Doku, probably, I admitted, but I promise to treat you all well and not to summon such cuties like yourselves into the heat of battle. So tell me about who else I can summon. Geto tilted her head. I imagine you will only be able to summon a few others. We only have 10 available summons, but 5 of them require the blood of a male summoner to be brought into the physical. Their forms are too unstable to be of use otherwise. Henso is another smaller summon like us. He specializes in transformative bonding, though, so summoning him will require as much chakra as abuse. Transformative bonding? Yes. He will be able to turn you into a salamander for a limited period of time, essentially. You will not be able to use chakra, however, as a salamander, and I'm told the ordeal is extremely uncomfortable. That's still pretty handy. Who else? Abuse. He is our leader and is the only one you will be able to summon for combat purposes. He can vaporize the poisons we create and increase their effectiveness tenfold. In addition, he is well versed in earth-style ninjutsu. Nito, lastly, is Shin. He is able to draw upon a more spiritual form while in the physical realm and can pass through any object or seal. He is extremely talented in Fuinjutsu and knows how to disrupt many seals. Man, y'all are crazy useful. I'm surprised I didn't have to fight off prospective heirs. Hanzo-sama executed those who knew about us. Doku stated flatly. I clapped my hands. That stinks. How about I make you guys some fruit pies? I have fresh apples and blueberries. Oh, I would love a blueberry pie, Geto gushed eagerly, crawling into my hand. Doku followed behind more slowly, and I could hear faint grumblings in the back of my head. With a quick glance over at Brightheart, I decided to let the pupper sleep for a bit longer and simply leave the back door open for when she wanted to come in and be doted on. Scene change. The next day, I hooked my arm through Naruto's as we exited the movie theater, Sasuke following behind us quietly. We had watched the latest installment of Harem. It was a good movie, but I wouldn't put it on par with the big dogs, Batman Trilogy, Avengers Universe, Disney, etc., from my previous life. The action was excellently choreographed and the acting was amazing, but it lacked in subplots. For starters, there was no romance. How was I supposed to know who to ship with who if they didn't give us hints? It seemed like the princess was asexual, which was fine, and everyone else on her squad was equally asexual, which again was fine. None of them were overtly attracted to one another or shared moments that could be misconstrued as anything other than family-like. And while I had an extremely open mind for shipping, I couldn't justify a lot of incest. Without romance, it took out a lot of the fun after the movie ended. There wasn't a lot to argue, right, draw, etc. about except standard action poses and cheesy movie lines. That was great, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes bright. The princess was so amazing. I murmured, guiding us to the meeting point Kakashi told us to go to after we watched the movie. It wasn't far from the theater, about 3-minute walk via the rooftops. The boys of course were clueless as to why Kakashi insisted we saw the movie before we took our next mission. I on the other hand instantly recognized what was coming up when Kakashi gave us the tickets last night. I had then rushed over to Hinata's home, kidnapped her and began to prepare for what was to come. For starters, I made a mock hex crystal that I would replace with Koyuki's, currently known as Yuki, crystal. That way, if she made the swap to the big bad guy, he would get a fake. I would personally hold on to the real one for safekeeping and bring it out for the grand finale. Next, the reason I brought Hinata, aside from simply wanting her company, make as many batches of lethal poison as well as antidotes. Hinata didn't even question why I needed her to make the antidotes while I worked on batches of the single most lethal poison I knew, recipe thanks to one Shizune. Doku was able to easily create the poison by himself, but I also wanted practice in brewing, so I had him create the ingredients. He could only spew them out in a liquid form though, while I brewed. I summoned Geto too because she was cute. I also learned that the two salamanders required lots of chakra, from me of course, or lots of food to create the concoctions. I didn't fully understand the science behind it. How they could essentially turn an orange into blue kite venom was beyond me, but I gave up questioning the physics of this universe a long time ago. Hinata and I brewed and mixed everything last night, calling it quits around 3 in the morning. It was a delightful time, and Hinata confessed to suddenly finding a fondness of poison making. It certainly made time fly by faster with her, and I wanted her to have practical experience brewing and using my lab. I was determined to teach her every basic necessity of medical training I could, and knowing how to create poisons and antidotes were essential. Returning to the current day though, I sat down on the soft grass outside where Kakashi told us to meet him. It was a beautiful day that day. The sun was shining, the sky was a perfect blue with little wisps of clouds above us. It wasn't too hot nor too cold. Naruto chattered happily about how lovely the princess was in the movie and how he wished he could find a princess like that. Get real, Sasuke muttered, there's no one like that in reality. And with timing that only existed in the Narutoverse, Koyuki leapt over us in her entire get-up as the princess from the movie with her white horse. Naruto let out a shout of surprise upon seeing her, but soon enough a handful of goon-looking men in dark samurai costumes leapt over us as well with their dark horses. What the? Sasuke's eyes widened. Gale Harem. Naruto squealed, wasting no time in leaping into action to save her from the goons. I laughed. Time to save a princess. Let's go, duck butt. It wasn't too hard to capture the goons chasing Koyuki. In the process though, Koyuki escaped with Naruto chasing after her. Sasuke and I stayed to tie up the men. You have some gorgeous horses, I told one of the men, tying a rope tightly around his wrists. Ah, he mumbled, giving me a dazed look. Thank you. Oh boy. Sensei. I cheered happily. Looky looky. I see, Kakashi said, then flickered before appearing on the opposite end. All of the ropes that we used to tie around the goons were cut. Kakashi then helped up a stringy-looking man with a permanently apologetic expression on his face. I'd rather you didn't tie up our clients though, Sakura-chan. Sasuke-kun. Where's the fun in that though? Scene change. I had accurately predicted that we were brought along for the mission during Naruto Ninja Clash in the snow. While Naruto was still hanging out with the actress who ran away from her own movie, Kakashi brought everyone back to the set to introduce us to the crewmen. After introductions were exchanged, I made a beeline for the director of the movie. I see you are the mastermind behind these movies, I said to the director. The director, Takano, if I remembered correctly, gave me a grin. Yes. I am quite the fan, I continued, but I noticed that in all of the movies the princess never has a love interest. I was wondering if that might be because of your own lack of inspiration in regards to love? I inquired sweetly, doing my best not to insult the man. The director chuckled. Something like that. Can't say I've seen any good romances that would match with the movie. Then please allow me to enlighten you during your journey. I shall inspire you with my love for Kakashi. Kakashi's head whipped around and wasted no time in shushing to me and tossing me over his shoulder. I took the opportunity to pinch booty again and he made a funny choking noise. Please ignore my deranged student. You will surrender to my love, Kakashi-sensei. Like the Harem defeated the villains in the sequel, I will conquer your love and claim it for my own. Kakashi slowly inched us away from the group during my declaration, moving more quickly as some of the crewmen began to snigger. Takano smiled coyly. I look forward to seeing you inspire me, Sakura-chan. I will not disappoint, I promised. Kakashi sat me down and I gave him a wink. Prepare to become the star of our own romance, sensei. I reject you entirely. I won't give up, I swore. Then more loudly so the rest could hear. Your affection is worth any obstacle, your love worth any battle, and your smile worth any journey. There were chuckles and a few ahs. Sasuke, with a sardonic smirk on his face, started clapping. Kakashi's look of betrayal was beautiful. This caused a few of the actors to join in, and then soon everyone was clapping with a few whoops tossed in. Encouraged, I got down on my knee, taking a mortified Kakashi's hand. Don't worry, my love. I will never surrender. We will be together one day, so please wait for me, Sasuke whistled. This is going to be fantastic, the director laughed, clapping with everyone else. I'm in hell, Kakashi said in quiet disbelief. Sandeo approaches us hesitantly. Sorry for the bother, but we must find Yuki. The ship leaves in a few hours. Kakashi, relieved at the distraction, yanked his hands away from me. I'll bring her back. Sakura-chan, Sasuke-kun, help our clients board the ship. Then he was gone and I instantly missed him. Scene change, I'll change and tuck her, and I offered. We had finished loading the ship for departure when Kakashi returns with an unconscious princess in his arms and a grumpy Naruto. Sandeo, her manager, gave me a grateful smile. That would be wonderful, thank you. It's not a problem, I assured him. Kakashi's eyes were narrowed thoughtfully. I noticed his look and snorted. I never take advantage of people unconscious. We slept in the same apartment for how long? Sandeo raised an eyebrow at that. And did I ever sneak into your room, watch you sleep, and gently pet your hair while whispering sweet nothings into your ear? Why is that so specific? No, I did not, I continued, nonplussed. Besides, as the Irionin on this team, it's my duty to look after our client. Kakashi murmured, dubious. Here you go then. Kakashi handed me the unconscious princess. I had to channel chakra into my arms in order to carry her bridal style into her bedroom. The door clicked shut behind me and I placed her on the bed in her private room on the ship. I maneuvered her clothing off, washed off her makeup, and put her in a nice pair of comfortable clothes. It was impossible not to notice how gorgeous she was, though. A lesser man might have pinched the booty of an unconscious woman, but I would never stoop that low. Unless I was good friends with them, and I didn't think they would mind, of course. But I was a stranger to her. I highly doubted she would be okay with booty pinches. During the process of undressing and redressing her, I found the hex crystal necklace. I felt inordinately pleased that my memory was on point and I had accurately replicated it, although my duplicate lacked its shine. I made the switch and safely stored the real necklace in my pocket. I would be sure to keep it on me at all times. Now it was time to work on my plan to win over Kakashi by the end of the mission. First step, find Naruto. Scene change, Naruto gave me another wink while I stood precariously on the railing. The director and a few crewmen were watching me with unhidden amusement. We were all waiting for Kakashi to return to the deck after his brief conversation with the ship's captain. It didn't take long for my beloved sensei to walk back onto the deck, his eyes immediately narrowing in suspicion. Sensei Luke. I'm queen of the world, I shouted, leaning over the railing and stretching my arms out wide. Kakashi was unimpressed. I then made a great showing of losing my balance before toppling over the railing with a scream. Scene change, a solid minute ticked by with Kakashi refusing to go check on his student. Won't it look bad in front of our clients if you don't even check on her? Naruto asked. Why don't you? Sasuke, deciding to stay out of the current plan, opened up his water and looked pointedly away from Kakashi. I'm a humble genin. If I have to be the one to save her. Naruto trailed off at that point, his eyes locking with Tizano. The director's grin widened and he signaled for his crewmen to begin whispering amongst each other while looking at Kakashi with dislike. If Naruto didn't know they were acting, he would honestly believe they disliked his awesome sensei. With much reluctance, Kakashi went to edge of the railing to check on Kakashi. He then jumped over the ship's railing and down into the ocean. Naruto couldn't see much after that, and it took a minute before Kakashi leapt back up his soaked and seemingly unconscious Sakura over his shoulder. Naruto watched along with everyone else as Kakashi flopped her onto the deck, and she remained unconscious. Maybe you should give her CPR? Naruto asked, thinking that was what a perfect wingman would suggest. Sasuke choked on his water and turned his head to cough. The look of sheer no. Kakashi made Naruto want to cackle, but he kept his straight face for the sake of Sakura's honorable pursuit. Kakashi turned back to Sakura, peered at her face, then promptly dug his fist hard and fast into her diaphragm. Naruto and Sasuke sympathetically winced as Sakura instinctively retched and gagged, gasping for air. She rolled over onto her side, clutching her abdomen and panting. Looks like she's fine to me, Kakashi said cheerily. In fact, Sakura, you seem to be so fine that I think you should run alongside the boat for a while once you're done coughing. Herc, Sakura wheezed. Why yes, sensei. Scene change, doesn't look like he appreciates your advances. Takano chuckled as he leaned over the railing to look at me running beside the boat an hour after my brilliant plan. Don't be absurd, I dismissed. If Kakashi didn't care, he wouldn't have punished me. Come again? Think about. If your beloved made you think they had drowned, wouldn't you be mad? Takano scratched his chin. Yes, I suppose so. I nodded firmly. Trust me, Kakashi-sensei secretly adores my advances. He's a bit of a kuderi, you see. Kuderi? Yes, that's the term used to describe a char-air, someone who is cold on the outside towards their loved ones, but on the inside they're as passionate as everyone else. He'll never be the type to be openly affectionate, unless blackmailed into it, but I can see past his mask. The director looked thoughtful. I see. The cold teacher, but with a soft spot underneath, eh? I sighed dreamily. That's my Kakashi-sensei. Tell me more about these kuderis. Are there other types? Oh, most definitely. Let me paint you a pretty word picture, my companion. Scene change, my legs were lead by the time Kakashi gave me the okay signal to cease running. I crawled my way onto the deck and flopped over, breathing heavily and laying on my back. The night sky was beautiful above me with hundreds of stars twinkling. I never really got to see so many stars in my previous life. I stayed at a facility and only within the past year prior to my death was finally allowed outside of it once a week to go to a library or a park. I was kept inside, typically within my room. It wasn't bad per se. Mother provided me with ample entertainment in order to coax me into not wanting to leave the facility, which worked. I was lonely, sure, but never so much that I actively sought out company. Mother kept me mostly isolated for my own good. My episodes were intense and sporadic, and no matter what medications, therapy, or general treatment I was put under, nothing seemed to consistently work. It was always best if I kept to myself. In the Narutoverse, though, I didn't feel lonely. Sometimes it was nice to relax, take a deep breath, and realize that I had proper friends. I wasn't confined to a facility nor treated like a pity party. What a lovely feeling. There was a soft patting to my right, and I turned my head to find Naruto approach me, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He yawned. You done running? Think so, I said, a little breathless. Do me a favor, please. Sure. Help me sit up. Naruto gave a small smile and flopped onto the deck next to me. He pulled me upright and I leaned heavily on his shoulder. He placed an arm around my back to support me and keep me up. Wincing, I slowly began to draw upon the last bit of my chakra into my hands. After a full minute of concentrating, I was finally able to call forth Shozen. Naruto quietly watched me as I began to pour my gentle chakra over my tired legs and flush out the toxins. It was a skill I was intimately familiar with after long training nights with Hinata. By flushing out the lactic acid and coaxing my muscles to stay relaxed, I wouldn't be in for a hellish day tomorrow. Undoubtedly, I would be a bit weak-kneed, but I wouldn't be in any pain. Once that was done, Naruto helped me get to my hammock and pull out one of my medical scrolls. I took a small dose of chakra regenerative pills, not the same as chakra pills, as chakra pills gave you an instant burst of chakra at the cost of straining the nervous system. Chakra regenerative pills slowly gave back chakra but made you lethargic for a few hours after taking it, and finally went to sleep. Scene change, the next day I woke up a little earlier than everyone else. I was pleasantly surprised that Kakashi let me sleep in, as normally he would be the one to wake me, and felt a rush of affection toward the man. After rolling out of the hammock, I felt a rush of goosebumps crawl around my skin at the cold. Immediately I flushed my chakra and began to regulate my body temperature until I could finish getting dressed. Regulating body temperatures was one of the finer chakra control techniques most people didn't learn until they were chunin. It required a rank control, and even then it wasn't something that should be maintained in the heat of battle. There was always a risk of accidentally inducing a high fever and causing brain damage. Still, it was something that I thought every shinobi and kunoichi should know how to do in case of emergencies, and there wasn't a lot of opportunities for me to practice. I slipped on my warm red leggings, because sweatpants weren't the best to move around a lot in cold environments. If they got wet, they got heavy and uncomfortable, and black shorts. I put on my black under armor and a thick red sweater. Then I slipped on my standard cloak, long red gloves and black boots, and I was good to go. It was pretty cold out on deck, but not enough to hinder my movements. I was surprised by how warm I felt actually. The cloaks didn't feel heavy, but I wasn't cold underneath them. Director, this is terrible, I heard an anguished shout. The director came out onto the deck clad in his pajamas, sunglasses, and a pajama director's hat and gave a gasp. In front of the ship was a giant iceberg. One of the crewmen was staring worriedly at it. What do we do, director? This is it, Takano exclaimed. This movie is gonna change everything. Look at this perfect location. How can we not shoot here? When things like this happen, we say the movie god has descended. Everyone prepare to disembark. The crew exchanged unenthusiastic looks but began to do as ordered. I looked around and found Kakashi on the perch of one of the boat posts watching everything with mild interest. I beamed upon seeing him and leapt up to him. Good morning, sensei. Kakashi raised his left arm in preparation for my daily hug. I hugged him tightly, snuggling underneath his arm and letting out a contented sigh. The director looked up, noticed us, then gave a grin. Kakashi promptly shoved me off him and I backflipped to land gracefully back onto the deck, a smile on my face. Affectionate when no one looks, huh? Takano inquired teasingly. Yes, I said, not telling him that Kakashi and I actually had a mutual agreement for daily hugs in exchange for less butt pinches and catcalls. Then looking back at the iceberg, I remembered that the first fight of the mission was coming up, so I ran back to my room and pulled out my pack. I grabbed the vials of Krite's Kiss and headed off to find my teammates. Naruto wasn't hard to find since he was still moving groggily. Sasuke took a little effort since he was adamant about avoiding social interactions he did not have to be a part of. Kakashi remained on his perch, but it took some stubborn persuading for him to go anywhere with me. Once I gathered my team and ushered us into a semi-private area, I proudly held up my vial of poison. The goggle gods tell me the first battle will commence on this iceberg. I made this poison extra special for it. I want you guys to coat your weapons in it. Naruto stared tiredly at the large container. What kind of poison is it? Sasuke paled. You didn't perfect the hallucinogen to make people want to strip, did you? She's doing what? Kakashi asked aghast. Sakura-chan, I forbid you from ever using that poison on your comrades. Ha! Like that'll stop us. PSH. I haven't perfected it yet, I dismissed. No, this is a lethal poison. I have the antidote, so don't worry if y'all accidentally cut yourselves. Sasuke and Kakashi looked immensely relieved. Naruto gave me a grin. That's neat. So how much we gotta use? It only takes a drop for it to be effective, I explained proudly. They'll be dead within a few hours if they don't get an antidote. Wow, Sasuke said, looking actually impressed. You managed to brew a poison that potent? I puffed up proudly. I was successful on my 15th attempt. 15, huh? Very impressive, he said sardonically. Shut your pie hole, duck butt. Now come on, I really want to see this in action. My teammates exchanged glances before simultaneously deciding why not and offered up their weapons. The poison would only last for about 3 hours before evaporating entirely off the weapons, but I figured that would be more than enough time to deal with the henchmen. Scene change, I stood near Kakashi as the crew continued to work. We were close enough that when I turned to look over at Naruto or Sasuke, our arms brushed. When I first stood so near him, he took a long scrutinizing look at me. I knew he could assess me without me noticing him do so, so the fact that he made it a point to let me know that he was watching me greatly amused me. To think that a 12-year-old girl could make an ex-umbu so cautious. Kakashi also decided to discard his cloak, choosing instead to wear a ragged pale yellow scarf. I think he was hinting towards me to make him a bomb-ass scarf like I did for Kisame. I would not disappoint. We watched as Koyuki and her co-workers took on the role of Harem. Her acting was phenomenal per usual. It was ironic that the princess of the Land of Snow was acting out as the princess of the Land of Light. Harem also was a princess forced into exile after an evil villain killed her family and took over her country. I wasn't sure about Harem's ending, but I knew for a fact that Koyuki would get to retake her country with the help of our ragtag team. Pretty exciting stuff. Kakashi stiffened beside me and he shot out an explosive tag towards one of the towering peaks of ice. An explosion echoed across the glacial, drawing everyone's attention towards Kakashi. One of the actors called out, "What's going on? Everyone back to the ship," Kakashi ordered. Our clients stared in stunned fascination at Kakashi before they collectively looked back up at where the explosion hit. A young man with long silvery hair stood up, crossing his arms and smirking. Nadar, if I remembered correctly. Welcome to the Land of Snow. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. You. I and all eyes turned towards a voluptuous woman with pink, though more purple tinted than mine, hair and a smug attitude. Welcome you, Koyuki Haim. You did bring the hex crystal, didn't you? That would be Fubuki? Yeah, Fubuki. Kakashi's head snapped around towards the lead actress. Koyuki Haim? There was a laugh. Again eyes turned towards the opposite direction of Fubuki and a large man with beady eyes hopped out of the snow mazor. I gotta hand it to you, Kakashi, but you won't get any further. Return to the ship now, Kakashi barked out. Naruto, make 30 clones of Yuki and have them personally carry her back to the ship, I ordered him. Make enough clones to get everyone onto the ship ASAP. Sasuke, you get the girly, I got the fatso. Naruto blinked in surprise. Whoa. Yeah, that's a good idea. Consider it done, Sasuke grunted, leaping up towards the lady and breathing out a small ball of fire towards her. I happily jumped and dashed towards Mizor. I heard many puffs of smoke, and from my peripheral vision I could see about 100 Naruto clones grabbing people's stuff, and of course Koyuki, who was pounding him on the head in protest, screaming how she didn't want to go back to the land of snow. There were of course 30 Koyukis doing this all at once, so it was quite a scene. Mizore the large man made a dash towards the boat, but I leapt in front of him. He raised his right fist and I channeled chakra into my own fist's calves and feet and caught his first fist. He swung his other fist and I caught it with my free hand. Holy shit! My arms and legs quivered from the sheer weight of his chakra-fused blows. Mizore leered at me, knowing that he would eventually overcome me. Thinking fast, I pushed almost half of my chakra reserves into the bottom of my feet. The chakra lashed out against the snow and launched me into the air. I still clung onto his fists, forcing him to face upwards and follow the direction as I arched over him. With speed that came from months of training, I released hold of his right first and grabbed a poison-laced kunai. I threw it at his face. Mizore tilted his head and the kunai cut his cheek, drawing blood. Sheer pride and victoriousness bloomed inside of me. Even when he threw me hard into the snow many meters away, and I rolled several times before stopping, I couldn't keep from grinning. I popped back up, then felt a rush of dizziness at the blood rush and stumbled. I did it, I exclaimed happily. Mizore laughed boisterously. Congratulations, you managed to cut me. You're my first kill ever, I told him. This is a special moment. Kakashi-sensei is going to be so proud of me. You know he was ex-umbu. Right, Mizore snorted, then took a step towards me and stumbled. He blinked and shook his head. What the? The effects were immediate? That was an important fact. Shizune didn't give me the details on symptom and how quickly they worked. Only that it targeted the nervous system and part of the chakra network. Eventually it would induce brain death, but the process of getting there was relatively unknown to me. When I asked Shizune, she only gave me a smile that reminded me of Enko and patted me on the head with a, "Oh, it's something you'll have to see for yourself." Why did why you do tea to me? Mizore wheezed, seemingly having difficulty breathing. His right arm started twitching. I pulled out my field notebook and pen, writing down what was happening. Would you say that you're having trouble breathing, and that's what makes it hard to talk, or is your tongue starting to swell? Fuck you. There was a giant explosion and the entire glacial rocked. Cracks started to form on the ice and I looked around. The boat had managed to take off, which was rather quick, but considering a small horde of Narutos was rushing it to do so, and Sasuke was running towards me. I tilted my head at the action, but he grabbed my hand and shouted, "Kakashi's shattering the glacial, do you have no spatial awareness?" "I have some," I protested, allowing my friend to drag me onto the water. "Did you get the girl?" Sasuke pursed his lips. "She didn't get close enough." "That's a shame. I got my first kill ever." "Congrats?" Although it came out more like a question. "Wait, you didn't kill anyone during the invasion?" Nah. Kakashi escorted me to the med tent after the arena, and him and Guy personally guarded me while I healed people before then. Sasuke let go of my hand as we leapt onto the boat. "Oh. Do you, I can't wait to tell Kakashi-sensei," I said excitedly. "I'm an official kunoichi now, right? First kill is like popping the cherry." I guess." Naruto ran towards us, grinning brightly. "That princess sure hits hard. How'd you guys do?" "I got my first kill." "Congratulations!" Naruto exclaimed. "I felt like such a badass after mine. I protected Iruka-sensei, you know? It made me a bit sad too, though." "Are you sad, Sakura-chan?" "So Mizuki was Naruto's first kill?" I could have sworn that Naruto didn't kill him canonically, though. But again, that didn't make a lot of sense. Naruto was fueled by rage, thinking Mizuki had killed the first teacher to ever acknowledge Naruto. In addition, Mizuku had lied and manipulated Naruto into breaking the law. Naruto literally beat him with nearly 100 clones. Would Naruto even know when it was okay to stop? When enough was too much? I don't think he would. I don't recall him getting into any life-threatening situations prior to then. If Mizuki was his first kill, how would he know which blow would be the final punch? The final kick? I cocked my head. Why would I be sad? Sasuke, were you sad? No, Sasuke admitted. This is what we trained for at the academy, exactly. Besides, I have confirmation that death really is the next great adventure. Naruto nodded. Kakashi hopped onto the boat behind us. Hello, my cute minions. I got my first kill, I told him, awaiting praise with a smile. Kakashi patted my head. Good job, Sakura-chan. Let me know if you need to talk about it. A few can have trouble adjusting. Keep on praising me, and I'll be a-okay. I smiled. Good to know. Now let's head into the dining hall. We need to have a few words with our client. You mean how Yuki is really Koyuki Harem? Next in line for the throne in the land of snow? Spot on, Sakura-chan, Naruto gaped. No way, she's only a Harem in the Gale Harem movies. Yuki is an alias then, Sasuke said. Correct, Kakashi and I said in unison. I gave him a wink and he snorted. Our team stepped into the hall. The director, his assistant and Sandeu, the man who originally hired us, were already sitting down at the table. Sandeu looked extremely apologetic. I sat down on the table, crossing my legs and scooting so I was directly at the center. Naruto and Sasuke took seats like perfectly normal people and Kakashi stood at the far end, his hands in his pocket. Kakashi began. Sandeu, you knew what brining her back here meant. Sandeu didn't look up but nodded his head. I first came to serve her when she was a small child. I don't blame her for not remembering. I served her and the former daimyo Sosetsu Kazahana. The land of snow was small but peaceful. Sosetsu-sama doted on the princess and lived his days in peace. But 10 years ago his younger brother Doto hired shinobi and revolted. The magnificent Kazahana castle burned to the ground and I thought the princess had perished too. Until a certain devilishly handsome Umbu captain rescued the princess and whisked her away to safety, I said, giving Kakashi a knowing smile. I didn't even see the kunai coming, but the blunt end hit my forehead with enough force I rolled off the table and into Naruto and Sasuke's laps. Sandeu looked up in surprise to find me clutching my forehead and whining pitifully. Sasuke shoved me off his lap while Naruto held onto my legs in an effort to keep me from hitting the floor. The result was my head hitting the floor with my lower body still in Naruto's lap, and I whined. Continue, Sasuke instructed the man. Okay. I happened to see her acting on stage, Sandeu said, his eyes watering and voice wavering. I was so overjoyed. He openly began to sob by that point. She was alive. She was alive. I should have died then, Koyuki said coldly from the doorway. We looked over at her. Naruto glared at her, likely because her words were the antithesis of his own views. Sandeu shook his head. You mustn't say such things. Our greatest hope was that you were still alive. I am alive, but my heart is dead. After that day my tears dried up. I wiggled and Naruto released his hold. I rolled out from under the table and hopped up, heading towards Koyuki. Sandeu wiped his tears away. After I found her, I became her manager and bided for the time to escort her back to the land of snow. The assistant gaped at Sandeu. Then all this time you were using us? I apologize for fooling you, but this is for the sake of the people of the land of snow. Sandeu stood up and went over towards Koyuki. He got down on all fours and bowed his head. Koyuki Harem, please overthrow Doto and take your place as the new rightful leader of this country. I will give my life to protect you. Please take up arms and rise with us. No thanks. He looked back up in surprise. I put my hands up. I got this, guys. Come on, princess, gonna kidnap you for a bit. She sneered at me and then let out a shriek when I liberally picked her up, threw her over my shoulder and shushened us onto the deck and onto the tallest post I could find. I plopped her down and she snarled at me, put me back down there this instance. Nope, I said. You need some therapy, no jutsu. What? In the original movie she was a traumatized woman. Sandeu originally died for her and she had to watch even more people risk their lives for her before she was so overcome with guilt that she wanted it all to end. The woman wasn't truly apathetic and she did have happy memories of her father and the country. She was, however, terrified of Doto and losing more people she cared about. I sat next to her and placed my cloak around her. She glared hatefully at me but took it regardless. We're going to kill Doto one way or another, I told her flippantly. He and the last remaining 2 shinobi are the only real threats. The rest are civilians or thugs, and that's easy peasy. I don't care, she snapped. You do, though, I disagreed. You love your father. No, do you remember those pillars he made? I asked her and her eyes widened. Koyuki's bottom lip quivered. How do you know about those? The hex crystal, I told her, will activate them. It'll show you a miracle that will bring you to tears. That impossible, I smiled at her and patted her cheek. Beautiful, let's make a deal. One way or another Doto will be killed and his henchmen destroyed. Our team has a history of liberating countries from tyrants and Naruto's gonna wanna be the hero again and save everyone. She snorted at that. That squirt? That squirt is going to be our future Hokage, I told her. He's got a heart of gold and he's strong. Stronger than anyone else I know, and that's including my dear Kakashi-sensei. Koyuki turned her head away. Back to what I was saying though. Doto's going down one way or another. That's not to say you have to take up as leader though. No one can force you into doing that. Good, but you're going to anyway, I continued, because I'm going to show you that miracle and you'll cry. You'll know when you see it that your father loved this country, and you'll realize that you love this country. All those tears that you say dried up, well, they'll all come pouring out then. That will never happen, Koyuki said stubbornly. Then let's make a deal, I said. I'll take you to those miracle pillars. If you cry, you become the next daimyo, no arguments given. If you don't cry, I will personally see to it that you get to remain as an actress and no one will bother you again to become the daimyo. Can you even promise that? Sure. Because I know I'll win. She laughed haughtily at that. I bit my thumb and summoned Doku and Geto. Her laughter died off as she looked at the 2 salamanders curiously. It's quite cold, Harem, Geto told me, crawling underneath my shirt. Why would you summon us here? Doku complained, following behind his sister. Because I began. Doku can create poisons. Alcohol is a type of poison. You're going to make alcohol for me? Koyuki asked curiously. How do I know it's not really poison? Do you even care? I thought you believed it best if you were already dead, I pointed out rather cheerfully. Point. So he can make anything? Just about. Takes an hour to brew, but we got at least 5 hours until we reach port. I can't drink because you know mission and all, but I figured if it'll help you keep from having a panic attack and get you to agree to my deal, you drive a hard bargain. I summoned a clone to go get a shot glass. Then I smirked at the princess and blew her a kiss. Plus I'm hoping to get on your good side, so when I pop another question you'll be more open to saying yes. And if I get her tipsy enough, obviously won't let her get drunk, because hello, that's spelling trouble. She might be more open-minded to talking about her traumatic past. Talking through some tough shit can help process, and she clearly needs help. Scene change, we arrived at the port and I dismissed the summons. Koyuki's cheeks were red from the alcohol and cold, but she wasn't terribly uncooperative. I did get her to talk about a few things from her childhood, but not a lot about Doto or the heavy shit. She even thanked me for the booze and accepted the proposed deal. I brought her down and put her back in her bedroom before heading off to find my team. I found Naruto first since he was waiting for me. He offered his arm and I linked my own through it and we went off to find our antisocial teammates. Then as a team we schemed. Obviously we have another Gato on our hands, so I say we kill him, I said cheerfully. Seconded, Sasuke said immediately. Thirded, Naruto added. Kakashi sighed. It's not that simple, it is, I told him. The goggle gods tell me that he will make a personal appearance riding a metal snake. They didn't even look at me oddly anymore. Naruto flippantly said, then we take him out there. Sakura-chan already got one of the 3 henchmen and these people clearly aren't on par with Zabuza and Haku. Well, no, Kakashi admitted. The only reason the Umbu that saved the princess wasn't able to take them all out then was because he had a crying little girl to deal with and was under orders to protect her above all else. What was an Umbu doing there in the first place? Sasuke asked. Who can say, Kakashi said, giving me a warning look. Who can say, I also said, deciding to behave and not spill the beans. But Koyuki Harem remembers, so if you really want to know, ask her. Both boys were decidedly against the idea of asking the whiny princess. Kakashi cleared his throat. Okay. So you're sure Doto will be coming personally? Yes. He will bring a bunch of civilian thugs on the snake, I told him. He'll have some strong armor too. Kakashi scratched his chin. I suppose I could take him out if you 3 can handle the last 2. The girl is adept at long range, Sasuke said, but I've reflected on the fight and I know how to get close to her. Nadar, Kakashi began, is extremely skilled in ninjutsu. A rank at the very least. I have some gaseous sedatives. It won't be enough to knock him out, but it will inhibit his movements, I said. If Naruto can handle Nadar, which I know he'll do fine, I can protect the crewmen and handle the civilians. Actually, Naruto should probably make at least 30 clones to help me. I can do that, Naruto declared. I'll take care of the woman quickly then and help Naruto, Sasuke decided, nodding his head. I'll finish Doto off. Oh, Doto will be able to fly, but his armor won't absorb impact if say he's brought down from a great distance. Kakashi cocked his head. Okay. Anything else? The metal snake is very dangerous to civilians. Oh, and Doto is ugly as hell. Scene change, I sat in Koyuki's cabin in the caravan car thing. The alcohol was starting to wear off on her and she looked despondently out the window. As cold as ever. For now, I agreed. Why are you here? You'll run off otherwise, I told her. If you run off, we waste time searching for you and we won't get to kill Doto as soon as possible. You honestly think you can? Kakashi-sensei is almost SS, Doto barely scrapes by as AC. What? Kakashi-sensei is a boot and Doto is an ant, Koyuki snorted, drawing her legs up to her chest. You haven't seen anything you can't possibly understand. Actually, I can probably relate pretty well to you, I said, scooting closer to her and pressing my back against the window. Our village went through an invasion a couple months ago. A lot of homes destroyed and people died. My home was demolished. My Ka-chan and Tu-chan also died. She turned her head, a slight frown on her face. She didn't look at me in pity though, like some strangers would have. There was a kind of understanding on her face and reluctant sympathy. A smile stretched on my face. I'm okay now though. I have Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sasuke, Hina-chan, a whole bunch of friends and people that care about me. I love them so much and I love my village too. Sandeo loves you too, I said to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. She shrugged it off, but I kept putting it back until she gave up. This country loves you. Your father adored you. He made the miracle as much for you as he did for the country. He wanted to show you something precious, something he thought you wouldn't get to see otherwise. Koyuki buried her head in her arms, hugging her legs. Stop saying that. He loved you, I said again. It's okay to miss him. Shut up. It's okay to feel sad. Stop talking, she snarled, curling into herself. But it's okay to feel happy too. She raised her hand and glared seethingly at me, her eyes shining. You don't get to say that. You don't get to tell me how he felt. How I felt, feel whatever. You understand nothing. Kai-chan would want me to be happy. Your father would want you to be happy too. She shoved me off the bed and turned her back towards me. I pulled my legs to sit crisscross and I gave her some time. Mother always said it took time for the brain to process things. Emotions were especially hard. Even 2 months after the invasion, I still had moments where my brain blanked out and for a split second I couldn't feel anything. Grief, I was beginning to learn, was hard. It was an intangible thing that had no specific feeling or action tied to it, but rather a rainbow of different reactions. People felt and acted differently. People healed at unique rates and sometimes they didn't heal at all. Grief caused pain that couldn't be seen. It wasn't a wound to be stitched up and medicated. It was a scar that people had to live with and people dealt with it differently. Naruto, for example, would take a day to mourn. Then he would find a new strength in it, a new resolve. He didn't want any death to derail his plans, but he didn't want anyone's death to lose impact. It had to have meaning to him, a purpose. Death without purpose was unthinkable to the hero. Sasuke bottled and repressed. Sometimes he let it out in bursts of anger. Sometimes it lashed out in the viciousness of combat. He would tell himself it would harden his resolve, but really he simply didn't know what to do with it. Kakashi was a hot mess with grief. He took self-loathing to a whole new level when grief became involved. He would try to add it to his resolve like Naruto. Try to give it a new purpose and meaning, but really he would hang it on his wall of shame and have it drag him down whenever he felt like he was getting too happy. Me? I didn't know yet how I dealt with grief. I wanted to move on with my life, but part of me felt guilty for doing so. As if I was obligated to be in pain for a long, long time. It was conflicting, but I hoped in time I would know what to do. Koyuki, though, repressed and denied. It was high time for her to move on, though, because I knew that she could. Naruto made her confront her feelings after more horrible things happened. I was hoping to actively prevent those horrible things, so I would have to make her confront her feelings instead. There was a tap on the door. I got up and opened it to find Kakashi standing there. I leapt at him, throwing myself into his arms. Kakashi caught me and then immediately set me back down. Sakura-chan, is the metal snake a train? Yeah. How'd you guess? We're stopped at a cave and there are tracks under the snow, Kakashi answered. Doto will come to us here, I said. You're certain? If I'm wrong, I forfeit a week's worth of hugs. If I'm right, I get another kiss on the cheek. I'm definitely not making that deal, Kakashi said firmly. I pouted. Kakashi patted my head. All right, I'll tell everyone to prepare. I turned back towards the princess. Come on, gorgeous. Let's go. I want more booze, she muttered stubbornly. I'll give you more booze if you come with me, I promised her. Scene change, the crewmen set up a few hidden cameras and we sacrificed a couple vehicles as decoys. Sandeo insisted on bringing in the resistance to help us, but Kakashi categorically denied that, citing they would get in the way. Koyuki sat by Sandeo, clutching the single bottle of sake I had Doku make for her and staring out at the vast snow. For brief moments I could have sworn I saw fondness in her eyes when she looked out at her homeland, but they were gone too quickly to be certain. 3 Naruto clones sat around them to make sure she wouldn't try to run off. Sasuke and Naruto both had 3 balls of gaseous sedatives Hinata made the night before the mission when she had stayed over. I had the last 3. We had also used up the last bit of my Kreitz kiss on every bit of weapons we had. Kakashi summoned the pack and had them scattered around the film crew to keep watch and help protect in case any enemy made it past us. We waited in tense silence for half an hour before a train came roaring through. It came to a roaring stop after crashing onto our decoy vehicles and out stepped in his ugly glory Doto. "Koyuki Harem, I know you're out there. Come, let me see your face. After all, it's been 10 years. The train was at the bottom of a snowy hill and behind it was a sheer cliff drop. We were at the top of the hill and a little behind it Kakashi leapt up to the top. Yo! Then he slapped his hands onto the ground, no hand signs needed, and a giant slab of earth underneath the snow hit the train and effectively knocked it over the cliff. Nadar managed to grab Doto before the train went overboard, but surprisingly I didn't see Fubuki. I tried to sense for any other chakra signals nearby, but I still couldn't find her. Insolent bastard, Doto snarled. Deal with him. Nadar smirked. Of course. Sasuke, Naruto and I shushed out of our hiding spots and began a mad dash towards Nadar. I bet I kill him before you guys. Fat chance, Naruto declared. I'll beat his ass first. Get behind me, losers. Nadar scoffed. As if you brats. Naruto summoned up roughly 100 clones. Sasuke shamelessly leapt over the head one of them, breathing out a wall of fire that would force Nadar to jump away from Doto. I heard the familiar crackling of Chidori as Kakashi moved quickly behind us, closing the distance between him and Doto in under a second. I threw 2 of my poison balls toward Nadar and he deflected both of them. They exploded in a purple haze, but he wasn't close enough to have breathed any of it in. Then Naruto and Sasuke were constantly on him, working surprisingly well together. Sasuke kept using Naruto's clones as launch pads and Naruto kept trying to predict where Nadar would go in order to dodge Sasuke. Nadar summoned a wall of snow in between us and him, but then Kakashi was suddenly flipping over it with his Chidori in full bloom. We heard an anguished cry from Nadar and, curious why Kakashi was already helping us, I turned my head over to find Doto headless on the snow. Oh, I said. The snow wall collapsed and Kakashi ripped his hand out of Nadar's chest. Good work, minions. Kill stealer, Naruto muttered petulantly. I totally had him. You did not, Sasuke immediately disagreed. I had him. As if broody. I scratched my cheek. Where's the lady? We'll have to hunt her down, although I doubt she'll stick around, Kakashi said. No one here is going to sign her paycheck for avenging her former client. Too true, I agreed. Then remembering that we had a camera on us, I rushed towards Kakashi. Sensei, are you okay though? Kakashi blinked at me. Yes. I clutched at my chest. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried that the love of my life would be harmed going against such a fearsome tyrant. Naruto chortled and Sasuke turned his head away to cough. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. I'm fine, Sakura-chan. I can't believe it, I said, reaching over and touching his chest. Truly no wounds, my love? Kakashi grabbed my hands like they were offensive things and pushed them away from him. I'm fine. I sniffled. Thank the goggle gods. I don't know what I would do without you. You won't have to worry about that, Kakashi said uneasily. I dropped to my knees and let out a mock-relieved sob. Kakashi stared at me for a long moment, then let out a tired sigh. One hug if you stop. Immediately I leapt into his arms, squeezing him. He patted my back. There. Sighing with content, I pulled away and beamed. I love ya. I know, he said, placating me. On Naruto cooed. Sasuke clapped. What a happy ending. Youthful course level 6 when we get back, I think. The boys blanched. Then the 3 of us marched back up towards the crewmen. I gave the director a thumbs up and he grinned and gave me 2 thumbs up. Scene change. With the largest threat immediately eliminated, Sandeu was so overcome with joy he sobbed. Koyuki was indifferent at first glance, but I caught her lips twitching in an urge to smile a few times. Sandeo insisted that he informed the loyalists of what happened, but I asked him if he could first take us to the stone pillars that Koyuki's father had been working on prior to his death. So grateful for our help, Sandeo said he would be happy to. The director then asked me if it would be worth the trip for everyone to go, and I told him that we'll see a miracle there and that Koyuki will cry. That got the director's attention right away, and off our merry band went. It took a solid 6 hours of traveling through the heavy snowfall to reach the valley. The 5 pillars encircled us, and I took Koyuki's hand and dragged her towards the center. I gave her back her real hex crystal, not bothering to explain I swapped them out in case she gave it to the big bad guy. Everyone else stood far back outside of the pillars. I patted the smooth marble, pointing at the small insert for her to place the hex crystal. Koyuki, still clutching her bottle of sake, shoved her crystal inside of the hole. There was a sudden whoosh as the pillars powered up. I began to make my way back towards Kakashi while Koyuki watched the crystals light up in a rainbow effect. It took 5 minutes, but then they let out a large burst of light. Then, defying every law of physics I knew, following the light, every inch of snow was replaced with green grass and flowers. The temperature rose considerably instantaneously, and butterflies burst forth from who the hell knew where. Goodbye, fragile ecosystem of a tundra, hello springtime. Everyone gasped, looking around at the valley in disbelief. Then a projection began to play. The crystals dimmed to a solid white light, and Koyuki's father appeared in the center. Deciding that the moment was a bit too tender and a bit too private, I focused on Kakashi. We should probably remain in the lands for a while, I said quietly, marveling at the beautiful scenery. Make sure that woman doesn't try to get revenge, you know. Kakashi glanced over at me, cocking his head. Is that what the goggle gods tell you? The goggle gods have no more information to give to me for this mission, I answered. It's gut instinct now. Amen. I would agree with your assessment. 2 will stay with the princess, and the other 2 will track down the kunoichi. If we have definite proof that she is gone and will not seek out vengeance, we'll leave. Otherwise, we'll stay for the duration of our contract until the movie is done filming. A frown marred my face. What if we don't find her before the contract is up? We give them ample warning and advise they hire hunting nin or bodyguards. I'd rather not leave such a loose end. I hope we find her. Kakashi didn't respond to that, but took a deep breath in and let it out slowly. I peeked up at him, admiring his features and adoring the fact that my teacher actually looked relaxed. When the tender moment ended, the projection faded away and Koyuki shamelessly cried. Scene change. It was decided that Sasuke and I would stay with the princess while Kakashi took Naruto out for tracking. Naruto had a natural aptitude for hunting down things, even if he couldn't explain accurately how. Plus, Koyuki was fond of me by that point. She even smiled at me after tossing away her halfway empty sake bottle. On the way to the capital of the land, the filming crew stopped a few more times to act out certain scenes or capture a particularly beautiful landscape. Sasuke and I stood at a relative distance from the group, circling them and watching for any signs of hostility. Kakashi and Naruto met back up with us when we reached the capital. While the princess was greeted with hundreds of cheers, a parade, and an exorbitant amount of sheer joy, my little team remained in the background, ever watchful. Kakashi and Naruto did find the woman. She was hiding away in one of Doto's numerous hideouts, viciously planning an elaborate act of revenge. She was obviously deeply disturbed by the loss of her client and teammates and attacked Naruto and Kakashi without reservation. Kakashi likened it to putting down a rabid animal. There were still some loyal to Doto, though, that we had to hunt down. All civilian level though, so they weren't too high priority. We would hunt them down in our spare time and capture them instead of killing them. They weren't enough of a threat to warrant taking their lives, and the people did deserve the right to judge their fellow countrymen. Koyuki ascended as the daimyo within 3 days of arriving at the capital. The people celebrated their newfound leader in addition to the climate change. A week after becoming the daimyo, the filming ended, which seemed ridiculously fast to me, but whatever, and we were officially released to go home. Before we left, we made sure to say our goodbyes though. Koyuki handed each of us a signed autograph. She and her entourage had met us at the docks. Sandeo stood slight behind her, beaming like a proud dad. She patted Naruto's cheek before handing him a signed autograph. Naruto beamed at her, clutching the treasured thing and letting out a whoop. She did the same for Sasuke, but he merely gave her a small nod. Koyuki gave a wink at Kakashi, wicked smile on her face. Kakashi returned it with a curt nod, and then she reached me. She cupped my face and kissed my cheek. Thank you for the miracle, Sakura. Blushing, I bowed to her. Of course. I'm glad to see you so happy. Her eyes crinkled when she smiled. Koyuki then pulled out a small script. This is my next film, I hope you'll support it. On it read Aika Aika. Oh, I definitely will, I promised her. Would you care to join my exclusive harem? Koyuki laughed. Why not? I yipped with delight as the lovely lady stepped away. Kakashi stared after Koyuki, disbelief on his face. She's an Aika Aika. Wow, so Sakura was right, the princess is gonna star in a porno. Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi's head snapped around to me, and then he quickly said, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and I will be right back. I squealed. Alone time at last. Safety first, Naruto chimed. Sasuke's look of disgust was delightful. Then Kakashi threw me over his shoulder and hopped up onto the nearest tall building. He dropped me down onto the rooftop, then squatted down in front of me. I beamed at him, a wide smile on my face. Kakashi-sensei. How can I help you? You gave an extremely accurate prediction of this mission, Kakashi said softly. The goggle gods blessed Sakura, have you heard of New Bloods? I broke off and racked my brain for the term. The first person in a family to activate a Kekkei Genkai, Kakashi gave a slow nod. Sakura, do you think you're a new blood? What you mean in regards to the goggle gods? I asked, my brow furrowed. Hello, easy explanation. But that's not right. I know things because How did you know how to perform heart surgery? Because I studied. And Kakashi and Zabuza, of course. Well, and I guess my hands kind of moved on their own. Moved on their own. You can try to explain away that Kakashi and Zabuza guided you, but you successfully performed open heart surgery. With supposedly no prior experience. You knew where the salamander contract was despite never being told it. You have a perfect memory of all the events coming up despite not having an eidetic memory in your last life. Something isn't right. Maybe we have developed a Kekkei Genkai. That explanation didn't sit well with me. In fact, it did the opposite, it made me incredibly sick to my stomach. There were warning signs going off in my head. Whatever explanation there was for my knowledge, Kekkei Genkai was not it. And for some reason the idea of telling people it was terrified me. My emotions must have reflected on my face because Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on my head. You don't have to register if you choose not to. Being a new blood will provide you with certain rights, but it's not illegal to keep it hidden. I mean, can we not talk about this, please? Kakashi nodded. Okay. Promise you won't say anything until I do? I pleaded. There must have been a look in my eye because Kakashi relented without an issue. The journey home was quiet. Scene change, home sweet home. I dropped onto the living room floor, laying on my back as Brightheart raced to me and tackled into my side with a happy yip. I was grateful that Hinata had been able to take care of her while I was away, and on the 3 days she wasn't, Hanabi stepped up with much glee. I kissed and hugged the growing puppy, delighted to be welcomed home with such joy. I had truly missed her, and it warmed my heart to be with her again. It also felt nice to put the ending of the last mission out of my mind. Okay, little one, I need to get some work done. I promise to play with you once I'm done though. Bright Heart yipped in protest, but I wouldn't be persuaded so easily. I carried her over to the dining room table, where I had set up much of my brewing supplies, and pulled out the stationery items. Then I set to work. Scene change. Dear Haku, how are you? How's your heart? Any sign of rejection? Did you guys end up staying in Wave, or are you back on the run? How's Zabuza? Has he admitted his love for Mei yet? If he says no, tell him I say it's only a matter of time before he relents. The harem is growing. As the first members, though, you'll both always have a special place in my heart. Take care of yourself and let me know if you need anything. Love, Sakura. Scene change. Dear Gara, hi darling. You might remember me as the pink-haired girl that gave you a tour of Konoha. If not, oh well. I hope you're doing well. Naruto told me you two got into a little bit of a fight, so I hope my best friend didn't rough you up too much. You're too much of a cutie to have a damaged face. Anyway, the point I'm writing is because I would like us to be friends. Naruto already considers you a friend, and as his first best friend, that automatically makes you my friend too. As my friend, you have to be a part of my harem though. No exceptions. Lots of hugs and kisses, Sakura. PS, tell Shikaku-sama that I love him. Scene change. Dear Takano, I hope I was able to properly inspire you with my romance in regards to Kakashi. Please see the attached sketches and stories I had made in case you need more inspiration for your next movie. Yours, Sakura. Scene change. Extra. As in no longer follows this chapter, I scooted closer towards Kakashi, my entire focus on the booty. Kakashi outwardly did not react to my advances. He instead continued to nod along with whatever Asuma and Kurenai were talking about. Guy threw in a few youthful statements, but I wasn't paying much attention. My hand twitched and I slowly began to reach out, subtle like a proper kunoichi, of course, towards the booty. Then I received a proper punch to the gut and I doubled over in pain, coughing. Kakashi! Kurenai shrieked, rushing over to me and rubbing my back. What is wrong with you? You don't hit your student like that, Asuma added, his eyes narrowed as he actually glared at my teacher. Kakashi blinked. She was going to grab my butt again. As if such a sweet girl would do something like that, Kurenai snapped, positioning herself in between the two of us. Apologize this instant. But she was going to grab my butt, Kakashi insisted. I've tried words, but physical action is the only way to stop her. Kurenai snarled, you're unbelievable, she then screamed and shoved me away from her when I patted her bum. See? Kakashi pointed at me, smugness in his tone. She's a dirty old man in disguise, I swear. Kurenai gaped at me. Sakura, why would you? Enko-senpai said your booty was better than Kakashi-sensei's, so I had to see for myself, I explained to her, unashamed. I disagree though. Kakashi-sensei still has the best booty. Guy gave out a booming laugh. How youthful. Ought to be young again. Damn Enko, Kurenai muttered crossly. Corrupting such an innocent, Kakashi snorted. Child, scene change, attempt 1. I didn't think it would take much effort. There was no way I told anyone about what I was planning to do that night, not even Enko. When I returned from my C rank with Kakashi, I headed home, took Brightheart for a long walk, made dinner, set up a poison to brew overnight, and read in bed for a while. I even got a small nap in. Then at the ring of my alarm clock, I hopped out of my bed at exactly 11:50. With glee, I launched myself out of my bedroom window and merrily skipped over towards the bar Enko had told me about. I would be a part of the magical, mysterious midnight madness one day. Enko wouldn't tell me the details, insisting that it was something I had to experience for myself. The way she lovingly caressed the words as told me about it, I felt a strong sense of awe and desire to find out. Somehow deep inside of me I knew that going to that bar at midnight would be the greatest thing I could ever experience. Possibly even countering any encounter with Kisame-sama. 2 steps away from the bar and a minute away from midnight I was flabbergasted when I was suddenly flung over someone's shoulder and beginning to move rapidly away from the bar. The fuck? Nope, Kakashi denied cheerfully. I am not going to sit by and let that place fuel your insanity. I will paint this world in the hues of my madness, I cried out in defiance, struggling out of my teacher's hold. He already had chakra-restricting handcuffs on me. BDSM doesn't slow me down, darling. Oh, I know, Kakashi whispered, and despite having my face smashed firmly against his lower back I could practically see the 1,000-yard stare he was giving. I tried to knee him, but his arm was wrapped tightly around my legs. Let me go. I will succeed eventually. You won't be able to stop me every time. We'll see. Scene change, attempt 5. Anko ran as fast as her legs could carry her while I was paralyzed and helpless in her arms. My explosion of poison backfired when Kakashi accurately predicted it and I was left immobile for another hour. Anko ducked behind a corner of the bar a mere couple blocks away. My slave has earned the right, you cockblockers. Never, Kakashi said firmly. Then Kurenai was in front of us, her arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Anko-chan. The cry of betrayal from Anko made my heart ache for her. No. Kurenai-chan. I'm not going to let you corrupt such a sweet girl. Even if she is a dirty old man on the inside. I grinned at that, taking it as a compliment. Anko gave me a long look. Not tonight, my darling. I cried on the inside. Scene change, attempt 29. MMMMMPH. I struggled in vain to free myself from Kakashi's makeshift prison. He then pricked me with my own damn poison while I fought with the bounds. I'll be back from my mission in 2 days, Kakashi told me, smug as fucking hell. Asuma will feed you and take care of Brightheart. I wished so dearly I could flip him off. Or at least pinch the booty. Scene change, attempt 36. Guy was outside my door. Guy and Lee were outside my door. Guy gave me a thumbs up. Come, Kakashi's maiden. Let us commence in midnight youthful frolics. I promised Kakashi I wouldn't take no for an answer. If he wasn't so goddamn hot, I muttered, deciding not to fight the youthful explosion. I could use the endurance test anyway. Scene change, attempt 72. I will literally give up daily hugs for a month. No. Year. No. Forever. No. Chapter 13. So a gender-fluid doctor walks into a... Naruto stepped into my kitchen and I looked up from cutting a slice of the cake I had made to greet him with a smile. My teammate hadn't bothered to knock on the front door, simply using the key I had given him to hop on inside, a habit I encouraged cause goggle gods knew I would never ever knock on the front door of my friends now that I knew how to jimmy a lock. Naruto grinned back at me. Hey, pretty lady. Whatcha ya make? Opera cake, I answered, giving a slice to Geto and Doku before cutting off another piece. What's an opera? Something that doesn't exist in this world and may never. Then why does it have a cake? I paused. Because it exists in the goggle god's heaven. Naruto nodded his head, accepting my bullshit as fact. He pulled out a plate for himself and I put a nice slice of the chocolatey goodness onto it. Naruto grabbed a glass from the top cabinet before filling it up with milk, then he took a seat at the table and dug in. I cut off another slice and put it at Brightheart's seat at the table, because dogs apparently could eat chocolate in this world, and who was I to deny chocolate to my darling angel? The puppy sniffed at it delicately before nibbling on it, her short tail wagging. Brightheart's fur had mostly grown over her previously bald patches. Her right side of her face was still unfortunately maimed enough that no hair would grow back, and a chunk of her right shoulder blade was the same, but everywhere else had fluffy puppy fur. Mindful of her injuries and sensitive skin due to said injuries, I gave her a bath about once a week to provide treatment. The result was a happy puppy who no longer chewed on her itchy skin but threw bigger and bigger temper tantrums when I dragged her into the bathroom. Puppy did not like baths. "Thanks you for the treat," Sakura Haruno Ghetto murmured in my head, nearly finished with her slice already. I kissed my index finger, then lightly brushed the top of her head. The blue salamander leaned into my touch, closing her eyes in a show of affection, not unlike a cat. Doku meanwhile merely gave a harumph in my head while shoveling his cake. Naruto took a long swig of milk. "This is really good. Who taught you to make this?" "Father, when he was on a sane day," I thought fondly. "A crazy man. It was quite an adventure. Involves a padded room on fire." Naruto responded, tilting his head a childishly cute way. "Care to share?" "Maybe on a drunk night," I answered. "You won't believe me otherwise." "I have yet to come across any reason not to believe you," Naruto rebutted. I grinned wickedly. "Has your sanity fled you, little sunrise? No more whispers of logic to guide you away from the dark side?" "I'm fully corrupted," Naruto said confidently. "Then I shall grant you the right to worship the goggle gods alongside me if you pass a test." Naruto gave a crooked smile, a glint in his eyes. "What kind of test?" "Make Kurama-sama smile." Naruto blinked. "Who?" I reached over and patted his cheek, then kissed the top of his head in fond affection before leaving the kitchen to grab a book I had purchased. It required forfeiting booty grabs for a month, but it would hopefully be worth it. Fuinjutsu I. There were 3 written texts on Fuinjutsu that was allowed to be purchased in any hidden village. It was agreed upon all that such books would be restricted to jonin in purchasing simply due to how dangerous it was to teach Fuinjutsu to children. While there was no law against it, it was highly discouraged. Learning Fuinjutsu required numerous things that very few people could obtain. 1. Excellent calligraphy skills. 2. Outrageous chakra capacity. 3. Patience. 4. Creativity. 5. A certain level of genius. 6. An honest-to-goggle god's natural talent for it, rarer than a blue moon to find outside of the Uzumaki clan. Expecting most of those traits to be found in someone under the rank of jonin was unheard of, especially the chakra capacity, and given the extremely large fatality rate of people who have tried to learn Fuinjutsu well. Returning to the point, there was no law against teaching a genin Fuinjutsu, but it was highly discouraged by all villages. It made no sense at all to risk their precious cannon fodder on something that likely wouldn't work out. I handed the book to Naruto and he scrunched up his face. "Finish this book," I told him. "It will be your first step to making him smile. In addition, if you finish this book, I will tell you who has a crush on you." That got the boy to straighten his back. "What? Really?" "I swear on my love for Kakashi-sensei and Kisame-sama," I swore. Naruto's eyes widened. "Oh wow. Do you really think I can read this though? It looks pretty hard." I cupped both of his cheeks. "My dear, you are going to be Hokage one day. Becoming a master in Fuinjutsu will assist you in this dream, and the goggle gods told me that if you can become a master you will achieve true greatness unlike any have ever seen." "Really? You have my word, darling. I know you can do it. Besides, the Uzumaki clan is renowned for their Fuinjutsu skills. It's in your very blood to do this, my sunrise." Naruto beamed, his cheeks flushed. "Okay. I'll do it good. Now take a slice of cake to Hina-chan for me, dear." "Okie dokie." Scene change. Once Naruto left, I headed to the hospital to do rounds with Shizune. Since we had returned from the land of snow about 2 weeks ago now, our team had been delegated to training or easy missions morningside, then free time for the rest of the day. There had even been a couple of days that had been entirely left up to us. The reason for rather slow couple of weeks was because Kakashi had been frequently called out to go on S-rank missions. The first few only took a couple of days, but the last one, the one he was currently on, he estimated would take a solid week. So he told us to make sure we kept up on our training, and I wasn't able to do it often, but when I had the free time I headed over to the hospital. The entire experience gave me an odd sense of nostalgia, which was weird because I knew I hadn't trained at the hospital before, but overall was a pleasant experience. The staff became acquainted with me and I was allowed to supervise all surgeries with Shizun, which was inordinately useful. Shizun was a pleased pickle to have me as her temporary slave around the hospital, forcing me to do a vast majority of paperwork and recite illnesses and treatments she would quiz me on. She even let me suture patients on good days or diagnose them under her supervision. We talked a lot about poisons too. After I introduced her to my two summons and explained what they did, Shizun was keenly interested in having them create new poisons she wanted to test out, as well antidotes. In the process I got to learn a lot more recipes, which I dutifully took notes on. Despite having two excellent summons who could create the poisons and antidotes for me, I still decided to keep up with my garden and practice brewing on my own. It was a good skill to have, and I felt like the better I understood the process, the better off I would be. The two of us were currently in her office. I was updating a few charts after we had performed successful surgeries on the patients. A sharp beeping sound filled the office and Shizun let out a groan of annoyance. I gave her a sympathetic smile. I can take care of it so you can finish your paperwork. Oh, would you? Thank you, Shizun said, handing me her beeper. Take care of my patients for a bit when you're done. I need to get caught up. I saluted. Consider it done, senpai. Shizun smiled warmly at me, taking another dainty sip from her green tea. Thank you, Sakura-chan. The first time I called Shizun senpai instead of sensei, she insisted I called her sensei until Tsunade accepted me as her apprentice, but I declined, citing that she was far too young to be a sensei. That got me a cute giggle and head pat, and I finally got to call someone senpai and have it be accepted. With a skip in my step I made my way towards the front desk. Wonder what would warrant an urgent beeper. Maybe someone needs to get amputated, I thought with glee. That would be fun. Not for them obviously, but fun for any surgeon. I never quite got Grey's Anatomy with their obsession with surgeries, but there was quite the rush when suturing someone while their life hung in the balance. Since death didn't scare me, risking my life no longer provided the pleasant rush. Saving someone's life, though? Nothing compares. Quite selfish of me, I knew, but it wasn't like it hurt anyone for me to sincerely enjoy my job. I loved being a doctor in training. If the whole kunoichi thing didn't work out, I was okay with being the sexy doctor who was almost always in surgeries. I approached the front counter and was surprised to find none other than Enko there. She didn't look banged up or injured, so I didn't understand why the receptionist paged for Shizun as an emergency. Enko noticed me right away and leered. Hey cutie. I winked and sauntered up to her. My venomous goddess, however may I assist you today? Emma and Enko purred. A little boy wanted to act like a man but couldn't handle it. Enko gestured to the catatonic man on the floor that was seizing. Think you could fix him up so the big baddie in the hat doesn't bother me? I would be delighted to, I told her, honestly excited to try and create an antidote all by myself. Then, realizing that quite a few patients and staff members were warily watching Enko and me, I reached out and took her hand. I brought it up to my lips and conjured my best teasing voice. Enko-sama, I murmured to her, whispering against the back palm of her hand, if you come back to my place after work, I'll show you the pleasure of an opera delight. How could I say no to that? She purred, her eyes dancing with mirth. We both smiled privately to each other as we felt the horrified and disgusted looks the surrounding staff and patients gave us. Making people uncomfortable was always fun. The man below Enko gave a groan. All right. Time to play with my new patient. Scene change. Kakashi's current mission had him out of the village for at least a week. It was absolutely heartbreaking to be without the booty for so long, but I persevered for both our sakes. I even went by his apartment, since I now knew where he lived, and left a sticky note on his door each day he was gone that read "I missed you today." I even had Naruto sign it with me, and Sasuke signed a few with successful food bribes. I had caught a few glances from the Umbu passing by in the hallway when I left the notes. My beaming smile in return made them scurry away quick enough though. Our team still met up every morning however in spite of Kakashi's unfortunate absence. I made breakfast every morning and Sasuke and Naruto came over to eat with me. The three of us would enjoy the meal before we headed out to the training grounds. We didn't particularly train together, except for the rare free-for-all spar that was not fun for me since poisons were banned, but rather beside one another. I exercised my chakra control and change of nature while Sasuke worked on perfecting the Chidori and Naruto tried to get his Rasengan down with only one hand. There were massive amounts of shadow clones covering the field. A couple hours before noon we would either end the group training for the day or grab a D-rank mission and then end it. That gave me a chance to work at the hospital and Sasuke could only take socializing so much in a day, even if we didn't really talk with one another, before he got grumpy and needed to recharge. I wasn't entirely certain what Naruto did every day as sometimes he followed me home to have lunch before disappearing and other times he left the training grounds in quite the hurry. Regardless, my days ticked by in relative peace despite Kakashi's cruel abandoning. Hinata approached our training ground fairly early the day after Enko's visit to the hospital. She looked a little dirty, likely only returned from a mission an hour or so ago and hadn't gone home to change yet, but no less beautiful. Her shoulders were set straight and there was a spark of determination in her eyes that made me smile. I paused in my training, letting the pathetic dirt wall I had formed crumble in front of me. I hopped over the dirt and skipped over to Hinata, raising my arms in an obvious invitation to embrace. Hinata's beaming grin lit up the entire field as she eagerly returned my hug, even squeezing me. "Hi Hina-chan, what are you doing here?" I asked her, pulling back enough to properly talk with her although I kept my arms still around her. Hinata's grin softened into a smile. "Tsunade-sama is requesting your team. She has a mission for you." "Another stupid D?" Naruto muttered, heading over towards us with his hands shoved in his pocket. Hinata shook her head. "I think see. We get to leave the village?" I asked, excited. "Does that mean Kakashi-sensei has come back?" Hinata gave a small shrug. "We should go then," Sasuke said. "Duh. I miss Kakashi-sensei," I exclaimed. "Thanks Hina-chan." I gave her a quick kiss on the cheek which made Naruto squawk in surprise, so of course I kissed him on the cheek, and so Sasuke didn't feel left out I tried to do the same to him. He kneed me in the gut in a way that reminded of me Kakashi. "We need to get some Kakashi-sensei," and soon Sasuke muttered with disgust, dragging me to the mission desk while I tried to regain my breath from his brutal shutdown. I wheezed. "I miss him so much." "We know," Naruto told me sympathetically. Scene change. In the land of tea, every 4 years the families held a race in dedication to the Todoroki Shrine as part of a ceremonial ritual. Team 7 was given the B-rank mission of escorting the runner throughout the race. Tsunade gave us the order to reach our client by the end of the day or else face her wrath. Needless to say, we were out of Konoha within 10 minutes. I had Naruto send a clone to Hanabi that Brightheart would need attention while I was away. Our team traveled at a decent pace, not enough to break a sweat but certainly making good time. Come noon, Naruto's stomach let out the first growl, with mine following soon afterwards. Thankfully, our team was near a tea shop, so we decided to enjoy a pleasant meal before running the rest of the way to our destination. We took a seat at a table and the waitress brought each of us strong-smelling black tea. I noticed immediately that our soon-to-be client was seated at the far back table and seemed to be glaring at us. Marino Idate. Disgraced younger brother to Ibiki. Hates all shinobi and kunoichi. Loyal to the family that adopted him. Backstory: failed the Chunin exams, was forced to remain a genin forever. Depressed, he fell to Aoi's trickery, almost exactly like Naruto and Mizuki, and was forced to flee the village. Ibiki went to rescue him along with 2 Umbu, but Aoi had signed an agreement with Amigakure and AIM sent their own Umbu team to secure Aoi and the stolen Konoha treasures. Ibiki was tortured building caught on fire and Idate had to flee the burning building in order to survive. Idate believed his brother died in the fire along with Aoi. Wandered the streets as a homeless kid for a while before Jirocho, who was paying us for the mission, picked him up and adopted him, so to speak. Welcome, she greeted us with a practiced smile. What can I get for you? Sweet bean soup, Naruto answered, first grabbing his tea and taking a big gulp. Dumplings would be nice, I told her. Takoyaki. The waitress gave a shallow bow before leaving and Naruto leaned onto the table and placed both his head in his hands. Been a while since we've had another escort mission, huh? Think it'll be another secret princess? No, I answered for him. We're going to get a whiny brat. Both boys grimaced. Like a puppet at play, perfectly in tune with his unknown script, Idate approached our table. In a loud, arrogant voice he said, having sweet bean soup when it's so nice outside Shinobi sure are carefree. Things must really be peaceful for Konoha to send out such dense-looking guys. With a growl, Naruto stood up and slapped his hand on the table. What the hell is your problem? Completely ignoring Naruto, Idate looked down at me. Hey, I didn't know there was such a cutie here. I take back that previous comment. I'm Marino. Idate, what's your name, little lady? I smiled at our client. First, I'm a boy, but thank you for the compliment. Sasuke buried his face in his hands and Naruto looked away to hide his shit-eating grin. Idate was thoroughly surprised. Second, you the younger brother to Marino Ibiki, yes? I'm sure he'll be quite happy to know where you are. Idate's face paled. What? My brother is alive? And head of TNI, I responded. Please allow me to introduce my teammates Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha, Sasuke, and I am Haruno Aku. Haruno-ku. Idate still looked absolutely thunderstruck that his brother was alive. He actually stumbled back. I motioned for Sasuke to scoot over and the Avenger complied. I made room on the bench for Idate to sit with us and I patted the seat next to mine. We are actually going to be your guards, I told him. The old man hired us to protect you and I'm sure Ibiki would want us to do an excellent job on his behalf. Idate dumbly took a seat beside me. I can't believe he's alive. All these years I thought I failed him. What happened? Naruto asked, decidedly less hostile now, knowing I was pulling a fantastic prank on our client. He was tricked by a traitor named Aoi, I answered on his behalf, knowing Idate likely wouldn't be willing to share such information. Then I turned towards our client and gave him the most reassuring smile I could muster. Your brother doesn't blame you for what happened. Aoi was Chunin of Konoha and you had no reason not to trust him. That being said, he does blame you for not letting him know you're alive and well after all these years. I had no idea he was alive, Idate confessed quietly. I thought I know, I told him, sympathetically patting his shoulder. The goggle gods wanted me to grant you this relief. Perhaps you were not meant to be a shinobi, but that does not mean you weren't meant to be a good man. In doing so, I'm sure Ibiki would be proud of you. Idate stared at me for a while longer, then buried his face in his hands. You know everything then? Yes, I responded. Aoi, the man who tricked you, was hired by the other family you're going to race against. Aoi brought along help and they want to kill you, Idate. My team won't let that happen, of course. Idate's brow furrowed. How can you say that? He's a Jonin. Only in rank. Skill level he's barely a Chunin, I dismissed airily. We've faced actual Jonin before and won. Yeah, don't worry, Idate, Naruto said confidently. Ku's really strong and so am I. The bastard over there is okay. I can kick your ass, Sasuke informed Naruto. I know you can try, Naruto stressed. The waitress brought over our food and I offered a dumpling to Idate. Idate took it quietly, chewing on it thoughtfully. Can you tell me about my brother? Of course. Scene change. After enjoying an amicable lunch, the four of us walked to Jirocho's estate, since he was the one who technically hired us. We were let in, and we all met with the middle-aged man. Jirocho greeted us with friendly smiles. Hello, Konoha Shinobi. I'm glad you have already been acquainted with Idate. We're to escort him throughout the race, yes? I inquired. Jirocho nodded. Yes. I'm afraid our enemies, the Wagarashi, would wish to play dirty. Keep him safe for me, please. We will, don't worry, Naruto reassured him. We've never failed a mission. I have faith, Jirocho responded confidently. The race is tomorrow morning, so please make yourselves at home until then. Thank you. Come morning, the entire village gathered at the bay to watch the race start. Idate began his stretches and he muttered, keep away off my back and we'll be golden. He won't survive long, I promised him, deciding not to mention that I was beyond stoked to have another chance to test Krite's kiss on someone. Anko also gave me a recipe that would make people simultaneous retch and shit their parents until they threw up actual bits of their stomach and shat out their intestines. While that seemed interesting to watch, I thought it would be best reserved for emergency or for someone I really hated. Or as an incentive to get someone to talk, since the poison lasted about 7 hours before it reached a fatal stage. Sure would hurt though. Naruto and Sasuke were equally decked out with poisons and sedatives I made last night. I gave them strong antidotes Geto recommended using when facing Amigakure Shinobi, and each had them at the ready for when we inevitably faced them. And as the sun barely rose over the top of the horizon, the announcer signaled for the race to start. Idate took off in a burst of speed before veering harshly to the left. The three of us followed behind him. Deciding it would be best to play it safe so I could keep up with him, I released the seal on my weight wristbands and ankle bands. The immediate relief followed soon afterwards gave me a significant burst to my speed. After all, each weight had gathered up to 50 pounds, 23 kg, so I felt 200 pounds, 90 kg, lighter. Could I take a moment to appreciate the absurdity of those weights? Because no way a normal 13-year-old would be able to lift that much, yet I was able to do so in my everyday life. Sure, it was a constant strain on my muscles, and when I took it off to sleep my muscles cried in relief, but still. That was some crazy weight. To be fair though, I had also been consistently regulating chakra throughout my body in order to keep up with that. Without chakra I would have been down to maybe 20 pounds, 9 kg, in each appendage, but I had depressingly small reserves, so Kakashi recommended that I slowly increased the weight and channel chakra throughout my muscles to simultaneously increase my reserves and how much I carried. There were some days I couldn't do that, such as long shifts at the hospital, but for the most part one tried my best to keep up with what he recommended. Still blew my mind. I easily kept up with Idate though, not even needing to use bursts of chakra at the bottom of my feet to give me boosts. The first time I felt the genjutsu fall over us, I immediately released before tapping my hand on his shoulder and giving him a burst of chakra to release it on him too. I called back to Sasuke, make sure Naruto's out of it too. Sasuke gave a sigh before slapping Naruto on the back of the head. We continued on our way without an issue, and within 15 minutes Idate reached his goal point and hopped onto a boat to begin sailing across the bay. We got on it with him and I climbed up to the post. As soon as I see the enemy, 2 of us should hop over to their boat and take care of them. Who wants to volunteer? Whoever is left will have to deal with Oi, Sasuke said. Yep. Any of us could hold him off, I think, Naruto said, but we should probably have whoever goes over to the enemy boat be strong enough to take them out quickly so we can regroup. Sasuke nodded shortly. I agree. I'll go over. Naruto should go with you then. I'll deal with Aoi, I responded, then hopped off the post and approached Idate. I pulled out a glass bottle with sludge purple liquid. I need you to drink this. It's the antidote to my poison. When I see Aoi, I'm going to throw down as many poison bombs as I can and it'll be impossible for you not to breathe them in. Don't worry, the antidote won't harm you. Ide took it gingerly before uncapping it and gulping it down. Tastes like piss. Naruto and Sasuke both took their own antidotes. Naruto grimaced. I always thought it had a more monkey but taste. Rotten egg, Sasuke admitted. Life without Kakashi, I answered loyally. You're such a fangirl, Naruto teased. I'm Kisame-sama's fangirl, I corrected him. I am merely Kakashi-sensei's but advocate. It demands to be treasured like the precious gift from the heavens it is. Right. That's nothing at all like a fangirl, Sasuke snarked. I'm Kisame-sama's fangirl, I insisted. Kisame-sama or Kakashi-sensei? Who would you choose? Naruto asked. I refused to ponder such a cruel question. Kisame is a missing nin that shouldn't even warrant pondering. But he's Kisame-sama, I exclaimed as if that explained everything. To me it did. You haven't even met him yet. I thought you said you were a boy, Ide pointed out. My sexual identity is fluid, I dismissed. Ide didn't really know what to say to that. I see the boat, Sasuke said, and lo and behold there was a boat trailing behind us. Without another word, Sasuke leapt over the railings and ran on top of the water towards the boat. Naruto followed soon afterwards and I waved goodbye to them for the moment. Ide and I continued sailing in relative peace and quiet for another half an hour before we spotted the land up ahead. Ide gave me a grin. We're nearly there. Making good time too, I commented, noticing the gathering storm clouds. In the anime, Ide and Team 7 were frequently sidetracked and caught unprepared. The genjutsu in the beginning cost them an hour and the attack from the Amigakure team cost them another 2 hours. The enemy runner barely made it to the shore a little before Ide, so that meant they were at the very least over an hour behind us. Aoi likely didn't leave his client to try and get ahead, misbelieving we would be successfully delayed and he would be able to get ahead. As it were, our team would reach the shrine first. Ide reached the shore and docked the boat. Your teammates gonna be okay? Don't worry about them. Let's get you to the shrine first, I told him. Ide nodded firmly. Okay, try to keep up. I won't let you out of my sight, I promised. Ide took off in a sprint. We traveled for about half an hour and the storm finally arrived. It rained heavily, but I never sensed any chakra inside of the rain, so I wasn't worried. Ide arrived at the shrine, climbed up the stairs, and grabbed the item required to complete the race. Ide shot me a grin and a thumbs up, and then off we went again to bring the item to the finish line. To my complete and utter surprise, Ide and I never ran into Aoi, and I didn't see my teammates again until after the race. Ide crossed the finish line without any more fuss, and his entire adopted family and the villagers cheered with much joy. Since the race was over and our contract was technically complete, I decided to leave only a single clone with Ide before heading off to find my teammates. I backtracked along the race and ran into Naruto and Sasuke talking amicably and walking slowly. Naruto waved his hand excitedly and cheered. Hey Sakura-chan! Looky looky! He held up Aoi's head. I whistled. Wow! I was wondering why we never ran into him. He was guarding the other racer, Sasuke explained as he approached me. He held out a slim notebook over to me. They caught up to us after we dealt with that Amigakure team. He thought he could take us out and then catch up to Ide. He was an arrogant prick, Naruto stated firmly. Thought the gas bombs were smoke bombs and actually stood in them. Oh my. I took notes for you, Sasuke said. It was quite the process. He died within the hour though. I opened the notebook and found Sasuke's neat and detailed handwriting. He cried blood? It was gross, Naruto confided. That's interesting. Wonder what part of the poison caused that, I murmured. Thanks for the notes, Sasuke. It wasn't a problem. I know it's important, Sasuke admitted. Keikawa-san had piles of notes on poisons she made. I smiled at him. Thank you again. He shrugged. Naruto scratched his cheek with his free hand. Did Idate win? Nodding my head, I responded, yeah. Did you guys recover Aoi's weapons? Weapons? They repeated. He didn't use any weapons. Oh boy. He's got some legendary artifacts and weapons on him, including a sword of lightning made by Tobirama. Shit, was all Naruto said. Sasuke sighed. I'll be right back. Honestly, you two should know by now to strip the bodies, I scolded. You remembered to get the head for the bounty, might as well get some free supplies out of it too. Naruto gave a grossed out noise. We didn't take the head off. It fell off. Really? Yeah, it was super gross. Ugh, I moaned with unhidden envy. I really gotta see the full effect next time. With a mission complete, our team headed back to Konoha with Idate promising to write to his brother. Thankfully, Sasuke was able to recover the sword and our trip back was completely uneventful. Scene change, Kakashi-sensei. I screamed with utter glee. For too long I hadn't been able to see my beloved sensei, and oh, I hadn't realized how much I missed him. I threw myself at the young man with enough force that I felt his chakra spike to dig into the ground so he didn't topple over. My arms circled around his neck and my legs wrapped around his waist. I nuzzled into the crook of his neck, perfectly content for the moment. Kakashi placed an arm around my waist, offering me a surprising amount of support while I body hugged him. With his other hand, he patted the top of my head. Hello, Sakura-chan. How are my favorite minions? Welcome back, Sensei. Naruto greeted, a bright smile on his face. How long will you be back? Please say forever, I murmured. Kakashi gave me a consoling pat on the back. For today and tonight at least. I thought I'd check on your guys' progress before I get called away again. Sasuke gave a small shrug. We've been training on our own and recently finished another Seek-turned-B mission. Sounds like quite the story, Kakashi commented. An idea popped in my head and I leaned back from my pent-up nuzzles. We need to have dinner together tonight. All of us. My place. I will make the food. Naruto, Sasuke, you guys have to be there by 5. Kakashi, I'm telling you to be there by 1 so you will show up at 5. If you're later than 5, I will cry. Naruto beamed. Dinner sounds great. I love your cooking. Tonight is my designated rest night, Sasuke allowed. That vaguely surprised me because I thought for sure Sasuke would be the type to constantly overwork himself every night, despite that being crazy unhealthy and detrimental to the long term. He always struck me as the obsessed type with his training. I beamed and then looked pleadingly at Kakashi. The man in question was certainly uncomfortable, so I decided to help ease him. Our safe word can be spotty. You say spotty and I guarantee to play safe and nice. I swear upon my devotion to the goggle gods. Spotty for my food indefinitely, Kakashi immediately said. So you'll come? I'll come, he promised. I released my hold on him so that way I could jump up and down in excited glee. Then I grabbed onto Naruto and made him jump and hug with me. I pulled away from him after a minute, then took off. I gotta start getting ready. What about training? Kakashi called after me. I'll train at midnight instead, I dismissed. Scene change. My kitchen table was too small for our whole team and the dining room was set up as my brewing lab. I decided to stop by the furniture store before I headed home to cook. I created 2 shadow clones which left me to a lowly quarter of my chakra left and sent them to go grocery shopping. I picked out a low-sitting dining table, a light wooden colored one with a smooth finish that would be plenty big to seat each of us. I got red cushions to go with it and went ahead purchased a matching futon. It took a couple trips to carry everything to my house, and it was so nice to be able to carry such a heavy table by myself. I felt so proud of my muscles. And about 10 minutes to set it up in the living room, but it was worth the effort. I had my clones clean up the living room while I set to work in the kitchen. I wasn't a messy person per se. I had a routine around the house, and breaking that routine left me uncomfortable, so it was easy to keep things relatively picked up. I had many hampers and trash bins scattered about the house, so I never had to worry about leaving messy stuff on the floor, but I was lazy about putting away books, notes, sewing supplies. Not to mention Brightheart shed a lot. I minced and chopped up onions and let the sirloin rest inside of them while I worked on other aspects of the dinner. I made fresh dough to use as the wrap for the Wellingtons, and with the leftover dough I added sugar and extra butter to turn it into a pie dough. With meticulous and happy focus I worked on the dinner. Cooking always made me happy. It reminded me of baking with father and cooking with Ka-chan. I felt a little pang in my heart when I thought about them, but it wasn't enough to wipe off my smile. Maybe it was silly, but when I closed my eyes I felt like they were with me, telling me what to do for the next step. The door swung open and I heard Brightheart let out a soft yip of a greeting. Brightheart had alternated between laying on her bed in the kitchen and watching me work and going outside in the backyard and playing with her toys. For the moment she had returned to the kitchen and managed to persuade me into giving her a strip of steak. I looked down at the puppy and she looked back up at me, licking her chops. Smells amazing. Naruto crowd. Is that a new table? Yeah, there wasn't going to be enough room in the kitchen, so I got another table. Can never have enough table space, I responded, pulling out the Wellingtons from the oven. Naruto let out a groan of appreciation at the smell. I placed them on the cooking rack and turned around to greet my guest. Thirsty? A little, Naruto responded, stepping into the kitchen and taking everything in with wide eyes. You made all of this? Wow. I beamed with pride. It's the first dinner we'll be having as a complete team. I wanted it to be nice. Good thing I skipped lunch, Naruto exclaimed. Man, this looks great. Did you bake a pie? It's on the window, I responded, pulling off my apron and hanging it on the kitchen hook by the doorway. Let me put the tea on and we can head into the living room. Naruto gave a nod, following behind me as I set up the kettle, then headed into the living room. He sat at one end of the table, sprawling out his legs and leaning back. Your home smells so good, Sakura-chan. Thanks. Did you get any reading done? Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah. It's really hard and I have to reread the same paragraph a couple times to get it, but I won't give up. I'm sure you'll do great, I reassured him. The front door opened as Brightheart hobbled into the living room. The puppy flopped into my lap and Sasuke popped his head. Smells nice. Thank you, I responded, beaming at him. Come sit with us, the tea's almost done. When Kakashi-sensei arrives we can eat. He better get here soon, Naruto said. I'm starving. Sasuke took a seat beside Naruto. What's for dinner? Beef Wellingtons, mashed potatoes, inari sushi, cabbage rolls, fried curry buns, I began listing off. At their expression, I offered them a sheepish smile. I wasn't sure what everyone would want, so I made everything. Whatever isn't eaten I can use as leftovers for my lunch. What's a Wellington? Naruto asked. Try it and find out, I told him. I think you'll like it. There was a polite knock at the door. I hollered, it's forever unlocked, come in. Kakashi entered my home and stepped into the living room. Smells delightful. Finally we can eat, Naruto cheered, hopping up from his seat and making a mad dash towards the kitchen. Sasuke and I followed behind him at a slower pace, with Kakashi behind us. Naruto grabbed a plate and began to shovel a mountain of food on it. While he did so I turned towards the others and said I made green tea and lemonade. Do you have a preference? Kakashi answered green tea. Sasuke nodded. Me too. I got their drinks and brought them over to the table along with a teapot and pitcher while they grabbed their food. By the time I grabbed my plate of food and made it back to the table, everyone was seated and waiting. I grinned. Dig in. Thanks for the food, they chorused. And what a perfect dinner it was. Scene change, dear Sakura, Zabuza and I are fine. He insists that he does not love May, and if you bring it up again he will leave the harem. I promise to remain a part of the harem regardless though. Thank you for your recipe on brownie cookies, we both love them. On a side note, it seems that May actually found us and has become the new Mizukage. She wanted to personally invite Zabuza and I back into Kirigakure. Zabuza was exceedingly polite with her. Zabuza is never polite with women. I believe I must join you in shipping them together. Yours Haku, scene change, dear Sakura, hello. I remember you. Naruto fought well against me. Thank you for the compliment. I would like us to be friends. I will join your harem. Sincerely, Gaara. Scene change, dear Sakura, see the enclosed script I have for an upcoming movie about a forbidden love between a teacher and student. Interested in going to the premiere? Thanks for the sketches, Takano. Scene change, extra Kakashi stared at his sticky-noted, covered apartment door and felt a combination of embarrassment, annoyance, and affection. He wasn't used to having such openly affectionate people in his life, and it would still take a while before he was completely comfortable with it. That being said, part of him enjoyed it a little. It reminded him of simpler times. Times before he took his first life. Before his father. Before Obito. Before everything went to shit. It nice to think about those times. It had been a long time since Kakashi thought about happy memories. So despite it being an annoyance and despite being thoroughly embarrassed, Kakashi took down the notes with care. He wouldn't throw them away, he decided. He'd put them in a box and hold on to them. It had been a long time since he got to keep something that made him happy. Maybe it was finally okay to do so? Chapter 14, Saving Princess Duckbutt. Well, I wasn't there for the exams, but there were many opinions of support for you all. Tsunade began. I stood in between Sasuke and Naruto with Hinata next to Naruto and Shikamaru next to her. We were all in Tsunade's office bright and early, a few days after our team had returned from the mission in the Land of Tea. Tsunade's amber eyes swept over each of us before they settled on Sasuke. Sasuke, you were clever in the first part of the exam using deceit to steal the answers. In the second part, your team cleared the stage within 24 hours, a feat not to be dismissed so easily. You were decisive in your preliminary match and displayed combat skills of at least Chunin rank. While it was a shame the final round concluded before we could see more of your skill, your teacher gave enough of a recommendation for you that the council agreed with your promotion. Congratulations. Sakura. You saw through the first exam, barely phased from Ibiki's intense psychological warfare. You single-handedly eliminated half of your competition in the second stage and showed tactical planning and impressive combat skills in your preliminary match as well as in the final rounds. You have earned your promotion. Congratulations. Naruto. Luck got you through the first round, but you proved your combat skills were Chunin level when you faced against Kiba. You did not sustain a single injury in the final round because you did not need to reveal yourself to your enemy. I have personally seen you in combat and you certainly have the charisma to lead a team. With Kakashi's recommendation and my own, it is agreed you will be promoted. Congratulations. Hinata. Your boldness and loyalty for fellow shinobi is impressive, especially as it contradicts academy reports. Your growth has caught the eyes of many, and the fact that you were able to lead your team through the second stage was not unnoticed. You dealt with an opponent that on paper should have easily beaten you. You won though. You have a critical mind, impressive taijutsu skills, and the courage and loyalty to lead. You have earned your promotion. Congratulations. Shikamaru. You saw through the first exam and lead your team to victory in the second stage. You were decisive in your preliminary match and you understood when it was time to surrender in the final round. Asuma highly recommends you for a promotion, citing that you have already led your team through difficult missions and are more than ready for the responsibility of Chunin. You have been promoted. Congratulations. The sheer amount of pride that rolled off of everyone in that room was stunning. Tsunade waved her hand over to a stack of flax on her desk. Take your flax and leave. Asakura, stay behind. Naruto and Sasuke glanced over at me and I gave them a big smile. Let's meet up for breakfast, okay? K. Naruto gave me a thumbs up. Come on, angsty boy. Let's have ramen for breakfast. Sasuke slugged Naruto. We're not eating ramen for breakfast. As my teammates filed out and Hinata gave me a beaming smile before she left, I turned back towards Tsunade. How can I help the pretty lady? Shizune has been talking up a storm, Tsunade said slowly. I'm not in the mood for another full-time apprentice, but I suppose I can train you during free time. Shizune will oversee your training the rest of the time. I bowed to her. I would love any assistance you can provide, Tsunade-sama. Good. It's not for free. Tsunade then gave me a rather evil grin. Since your entire team has been promoted to Chunin, Team 7 is technically dissolved. You'll still go on missions, of course, because you were trained to work well together, but I have something different in mind. You told Shizune you wanted to continue training with Kakashi no matter what, yes? That's correct, I agreed. I love him. We know, Tsunade dismissed her smile no less evil. So you would not object to a permanent partnership with him? Absolutely not. Good. When he gets back you can tell him the good news yourself. I squealed. This is like a dream come true. It'll teach him to report late to me, Tsunade muttered under her breath. Then she smirked. When he gets back I'll have a mission for you two to go on. Just the two of us? I asked, utterly delighted. Yep. Shizune coughed to try and cover up her laugh. I do hope you tell that porn-reading Kakashi the great news while near a camera. I'll see if I can rope Naruto and Sasuke into helping me with that. It's the least I can do, I told her. Scene change. I met up with my teammates at Ichiraku, unsurprised to find Naruto's stubbornness won out in the end. I slid into a seat beside Naruto and waved cheerfully at Tucci. Naruto slurped loudly before greeting me. Hey Sakura-chan. What did the Hokage want to talk to you about? Sasuke asked me. Well, since we're all Chunin, Team 7 is technically disbanded, I answered. So Tsunade-sama in her great wisdom decided to partner me up with Kakashi-sensei indefinitely. Both boys choked on their food, then Naruto started howling with laughter. He pounded the counter and clutched at his gut, and even Sasuke was struggling to suppress his wheezing laughter. Please, Naruto begged me, let me be there when you tell him. Tsunade-sama requested a recording of it. What say you two assist me in such? We certainly can't deny a request from our Hokage, Sasuke said with a small grin. The three of us enjoyed a good laugh, anticipating Kakashi's return. We spent the rest of the breakfast setting up a grand plan of how to get the whole thing on video and what to do for maximum impact. We merrily chatted for a couple more hours after that before we decided to head our separate ways to train. I headed home to check up on Brightheart and tried brewing a new recipe Anko so kindly gave to me. When I came through my front door, Brightheart gave a happy bark and hobbled over to greet me. I bent over and kissed her nose. I scratched the good girl behind her ears, then changed into some stretchy and comfortable clothes so I could do yoga in between brewing processes. It felt like one of those good days. I got a promotion. I got to be partnered with Kakashi for the rest of our lives. I got to enjoy a wonderful breakfast with my friends. And now I got to relax at home with my puppy and make poisons. What a great day. Scene change, my forehead woke me up that night. It itched and burned to a rather significant degree that it jolted me awake from my sleep. I reached up a hand to scratch at it, confused why the center of it felt so incredibly uncomfortable. My scratching did nothing to appease the itch, and then, after another minute of solid discomfort, the sensation went away. That's weird, I thought. Bright Heart stirred beside me, the sweet puppy nuzzling deeper into my side and giving a tiny bark in doing so. My gaze softened and I reached out and pulled the covers further over her. She slept in the same bed as me and loved it when I tucked her into bed. A quick glance at my clock told me it was a little before midnight. Despite it being so late, I felt wide awake. There was a nagging thought in the back of my head. Something was definitely off. Did I leave a burner on? I carefully got out of bed, taking mind not to wake up my little heater. I put on my fluffy bunny slippers and an even fluffier robe before I headed downstairs into my dining room turned brewing room. I examined my equipment with sharp eyes before confirming that nothing was amiss with them. I headed into the kitchen next, then to my front garden. Nothing at home seemed off. So why was there a wiggling thought worming its way through my mind? What was wrong? I decided to go for a run around Konoha. Maybe I would see something that would catch my eye. I changed into my training gear, flexible and breathy shorts with a comfortable training bra perfect for dealing with the crazy hot summer days in Konoha, then tied my headband in the same manner as Kanon, Sakura, and slipped on my worn sandals, then headed out. Nothing immediately caught my eye. I jogged at an easy pace, my gaze sweeping across the street in search of an explanation to why I felt so odd. My forehead itched again and I ignored it. I circled around Naruto's apartment before heading to Kakashi's, then Sasuke's place. I felt Naruto sleeping soundly in his home, and of course I didn't sense Kakashi in his apartment. Oddly enough, I didn't sense Sasuke at his place either. For some reason that bugged me. So I tried to reach out with my sensing ability and search for that familiar staticky feeling I got from Sasuke. I sprinted as I searched, trying to cover as much ground as I could. I almost missed him. Maybe if I hadn't been so perturbed about his absence, I wouldn't have been so hyper-focused to his signature. When I found him, I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, releasing the seals in the process. I stumbled to a stop when I saw him. He had a backpack slung over his shoulders and his hands shoved into his pocket. I recognized immediately what was happening. A keen sense of sadness fell over me before I brushed it aside. I ran up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder and causing him to pause and look at me. I smiled at him. Going to Orochimaru? He looked up at the stars. Goggle gods? Something like that, I guess I allowed, finding it odd I had coincidentally awoken on the night he left. I know you have to go. At least for a little bit. The curse mark you have isn't fully complete and you need to finish it before it kills you. The Sound 4 will take you to him. Sasuke nodded slightly, closing his eyes. I have to go. Sort of, I admitted. I have to tell Naruto and the others when dawn hits. They have to procrastinate your arrival, because if you arrive too soon, then Orochimaru will take over your body and you will die. You'll never see your brother again. Sasuke turned towards me, a slight frown on his face. And then? Orochimaru destroys Konoha. The words came out of my mouth and I grimaced. How do I know that? I wondered. Kekkei Genkai. It's not a Kekkei Genkai. Sasuke's face paled a little at that, but he did an impressive job of displaying apathy. You don't have to go to home, I continued. When we delay the Sound 4, you will get a chance to fight Naruto for real. When that battle is over, you'll have the choice to come back home or go to Orochimaru. What happens if I go to him? What happens if I stay? If you go to him, you will get the training you want, I admitted. You will become strong. Naruto and I will find you in about 3 years and you will get your fight with Itachi. But those 3 years are going to be hard on you. Orochimaru is every bit the mad scientist the world makes him out to be. He's going to want you to do things you don't want to do and you'll never be comfortable there. You won't be happy. Stay here though and you get the training you want, but it'll take longer. You will get to face Itachi though and you'll be happy. Sasuke shifted uneasily, his eyes drifting back up at the stars. Silence fell between us as I wondered how such a lovely day had taken a rather sour turn. Sasuke, you understand best what you need, I finally said. What you've been through, I have no way of truly understanding your pain. Of course I want you to stay, but I can't honestly say it's the best choice for you. Yes, Orochimaru is a mad scientist, but he's a genius. Maybe you need a different perspective, maybe you need that immediate gratification for power. I don't know. What I do know is that no matter what you choose, I'm still here for you. I will support your happiness as best as I can, Sasuke. And I may not love you like I love Kakashi-sensei or Kisame-sama, but I do love you. All I want is for you to be happy. I want you to live comfortably and happy. I want you to be able to smile. I want you to be able to want to have a family again. I know right now it's hard and I get that, really I do. I can't force you to be happy or take an approach that I think is best. Only you know what you need, I finished softly. I hope you come home though. I hope you choose to come back, but if you don't I won't hold it against you because I'm your friend. I'll always be your friend. Sasuke didn't respond for a while, his gaze downcast and his hands shoved deep into his pockets. He shifted his posture, rocking from side to side as he took in my words. I patiently waited, knowing that time was something he needed. I never hid my affections for my friends, but it was the first time I verbalized the fact that I loved him like a dear friend and what I sincerely hoped for him. Sasuke finally mumbled, "Will you take care of Kaya-san's garden?" I promise, I swore to him. Her notes are in a room beside their bedroom, he continued quietly. I don't want them to go to waste. I gave him a soft smile. I'll take good care of them. Thank you. He swallowed. They're graves, I'll keep them clean and visit them as often as I can. Sasuke shifted again. Is there anything? Quickly understanding what he asking, I gave a nod. Promise me a couple things. The biggest one is that you have to listen to me before you fight Itachi. I will find you right before you fight and I'm going to have some information you need to hear. It'll be unbelievable and hard, but you have to promise me you'll listen. I promise, Sasuke agreed with ease. Try to find Kabuto's weakness for me, I added. He's the one person I can't forgive. You don't have to if you don't want to, but Sasuke gave a wry smile. Consider it done. Lastly, don't forget about us. Naruto and I care a lot about you, and when we see you again in 3 years you better not be a dick and try to kill us. I promise I won't try to kill you, Sasuke said with a frown. Why would I? If you break that promise, I will use you as my first live test subject for when I complete my poison to make people strip, I threatened. Cameras and fangirls will be involved. I promise I won't try to kill you, Sasuke reiterated quickly. I gave him a smile and held out my arms. Good. Sasuke hesitated for a split second before he stepped into them. I hugged him tightly, placing a small kiss on his cheek in a familiar manner. Then I took a step back as to not pressure him and said, it'll make my life easier if you knock me out for a few hours so I can wake up at exactly dawn and not get in trouble for not preventing you from leaving. Sasuke's lips twitched. Okay. I'll see you later? I'll see you in a few years, I promised him. Watch out, I'll probably be one hell of a sexy lady by then. I don't think pigs will learn to fly that soon. I stuck my tongue out at him and he took that chance to deliver a decisive chop to the back of my neck. Scene change, I awoke at dawn, impressed with Sasuke's skill to accurately time it. My neck was stiff and I took a couple minutes to stretch out the worst of the kinks before I headed out to Tsunade's office. I climbed up the outside wall, drawing more than a few gazes my way, and knocked on her window. Tsunade barely spared me a glance before rolling her eyes and gesturing for me to come in. Hopping inside, I said without missing a beat, "Sasuke has been manipulated into leaving the village and is currently being kidnapped by Orochimaru's Sound 4. Permission to send a retrieval team after him?" Tsunade's eyebrows shot up. Elaborate. And so I did. By the time I was done, Tsunade's expression went from anger to irritation, back to anger, and now settled on sheer annoyance. "It's interesting how Orochimaru knew the passcode to the sealing barrier around the village again," I commented. "Your goggle gods know something about that?" "That's a story for another day." "A day that involves Jiraiya-sama then created privacy seals and a few other individuals," I answered vaguely. "And as far away from this tower as possible." That got a raised eyebrow. "You don't think my office is secure?" I mouthed, "I know it isn't." Her eyes narrowed. "Interesting. We'll discuss it further when you get back from your mission, I'm sure." "I'd love to," I answered honestly. "May I please form a team to retrieve my silly teammate?" "Of course. We certainly can't let Orochimaru get his hands on one of our own." Tsunade agreed. "That being said, I don't have any jonin to spare for you. I was thinking about myself." Naruto Team 18-9 and Team 10. Tsunade made a small humming sound. "If you think you can deal with elite guards of Orochimaru with them, by all means. This mission is ranked as S, so no one should give you grief." I saluted to her. "Roger." "Scene change, Naruto my darling," I cried out, swinging open his front door. Naruto sat up with a snort from his bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He blinked blearily. "Wasn't that locked?" "Yep," I responded. "Let's go." Orochimaru kidnapped Sasuke. "What?" "Yeah, we gotta go. Make a bunch of shadow clones and gather everyone on Hina-chan's team and Shikamaru's team. I'll get Guy's team. Meet me by the front gates in half an hour." "All right." Scene change, half an hour later we had our tired team members. I assessed the group and then gave them a splitting grin. "All right, we're going to be facing some opposition. The Sound 4 are going to prioritize getting Sasuke to Orochimaru, so they'll likely follow a plan of sacrificing one at a time to slow us down. We'll leave 2 behind each one to defeat them while the rest carry on. Hina-chan and I are going to be the first ones to stay behind," I told them. "This way I'll be able to follow behind you guys and provide medical assistance after you've won your battles, and you are going to win because losing is not an option and y'all are too amazing and precious. I want Hina-chan to stay with me because she'll be my heavy hitter." "You okay with that, my sweet princess?" Hinata smiled at me adoringly. "I'll protect you, my queen." I awed at her and couldn't resist patting her cheek. "You're such a cinnamon roll." "Did the goggle gods tell you more about these Sound 4 assholes?" Naruto asked me. "The what? Who? What?" I ignored the majority of the questions, choosing instead to answer Naruto's. "Yes. The first one we will face, Hinata-nai, is a berserker-style and brainless brute. He'll be easy to outmaneuver, and I'm hoping Orochimaru didn't give him immunity to poisons because he seems like a great candidate to finally see Krite's kiss in person." Naruto looked properly grossed out at the mention of my favorite lethal poison. "Irk. The only girl in the group is a genjutsu specialist, and Shikamaru and Choji should do well against her. Niji and Tenten would be best against the archer spider boy. He's the one with the dark hair in a ponytail, and Kiba and Shino will be fine against the twins. That'll leave Lee to handle the 5th member, who will show up towards the end as a pleasant plot twist." Naruto blinked in confusion. "Wait, what about me?" "Sasuke's curse mark is going to make him extremely aggressive by the time we get to him, so you'll have to bitch slap him down to make him come home," I explained cheerfully. How can you know this? Shikamaru asked. Sakura-chan always knows about this stuff, Naruto answered flippantly. The goggle gods see the future and tell her about it. Hinata nodded her head. It's true. Sachan specially prepared me to fight Niji Nizan even if I did not know it at the time. At that, Niji's eyebrow rose. They knew you were destined to fight me? Hinata actually narrowed her eyes at him. Niji Nizan, what did I say about using that word around me? Then and holy smokes, it must be a cold day in hell because pre-time skip. Niji winced at Hinata. I apologize, Hinata-sama. Hinata smiled and returned the misplaced annoyance gone from her face in that instant. Accepted, Niji Nizan. I'll forget about it too since Sachan's knowledge can be hard to take. You get used to it though, Naruto said. And she's never wrong. Shikamaru steepled his hands together in his signature pose, his eyes darting between the three of us before settling on me. Kekkei Genkai? A shot of panic made me jump at his words, color draining from my face and my heart starting to pound. Hush. Please. Not a Kekkei Genkai. The group as a whole seemed surprised at my outburst. To be honest, I was too, but Shikamaru didn't push for more than that. He raised his hands up in a gesture of peace. Okay. Let's simply treat what you have as given information. The source is unknown but has been reliable in the past. As a group, do we trust this information enough to rely on it? I trust it with my life, Naruto immediately said. Sakura-chan has never been wrong before. Hinata nodded firmly. I trust. Sachan Lee gave the group a big thumbs up. I'm sure our beautiful cherry blossom is reliable. I trust the information. Obviously, I trust the information I put in. I'd like to add that Kakashi-sensei has also relied on my source on previous missions. One of them involving the safety of the now feudal lord of the Land of Spring. That got some more raised eyebrows in the group. If that guy trusts it, then so do I, Kiba said, reaching up and scratching Akamaru's head. Ka-chan always said he had the instincts of our best hound. I will trust this source of information. Why? Because an elite member of our village has relied upon it in the past and our comrades support it now, Shino stated firmly, his soft voice carrying an impressive weight on the group. Shikamaru nodded. Despite the absurdity behind it given the track record, and I suppose my own instinct plays a part in this, I vote to trust as well. Choji immediately added, I'll vote to trust the information too. The last members to hold out exchanged looks of varying levels of reluctance. Tenten and Niji both looked like they very much did not want to trust my information, but with the majority of the group on board, their protests would likely be drowned out. Still, Tenten tentatively said, I'm not familiar with Sakura-san and a good track record doesn't mean perfect. Naruto glared balefully at her on my behalf. I placed a hand on his shoulder to prevent him from losing his temper. The Sunrise was a naturally happy individual, but when it came down to his friends, his mother's temper came knocking. I turned towards Tenten. I can't make you believe, but I can ask that you let me prove it to you. Then I took a deep breath and began to give physical descriptions of each of the Sound 4 members as well as their strengths and weaknesses. I was as detailed as I could be, pulling information I didn't even know I had in order to give them all a solid impression of each of the members. Then I went on to describe why I suggested each duo for fighting them, because I had seen some members fight individually and come out on top. The only fight I didn't see clearly was the fight Hinata and I would be facing. One of the reasons why I wanted to place myself in that fight so I could actively control the outcome. By the time I was done, the group was silent. Shikamaru was the first to break the silence by saying, that's extensive knowledge. It's not a Kekkei Genkai. He held his hands up again, likely realizing how uncomfortable that association made me. It doesn't matter at this point anyway. We'll proceed as if the information is reliable and go from there. We don't have a lot of time, so we'll cement a plan as we move. Let's go. As a group, we turned and sprinted out of the gates of Konoha. Our group moved as one as we took off into the trees. We leapt from branch to branch with myself and Shikamaru in the lead. It went unsaid that I was in charge of the mission, but I appointed Shikamaru as second in command. Naruto looked like he wanted to protest, but seemed to think again and didn't. I was impressed by such recalling how boisterous and rash cannon Naruto was by that point. Did I really influence him to grow differently? It was interesting to see what I had already affected. Hinata was the biggest point. The once shy girl was brimming with confidence and looked far more like her adult counterpart than her pre-time skip counterpart. Her shoulders and back were kept straight and her stutter virtually vanished when it was only us two. She was still perpetually kind. I doubt anything would ever take away her kindness and soft-spoken, but there was a fire in those eyes that I knew I put there. Naruto was another obvious change. As I thought before, his canonical counterpart was brash, loud and thoughtless at times. While my ball of sunshine was most certainly still loud and blunt, he was considerably more thoughtful and showed off a surprisingly keen mind under all that water. I wasn't sure how I had changed him to be more strategic than punch-happy. I never thought in a million years he would have fought Kiba without ever personally stepping in, but lo and behold he did. But it was a pleasant surprise. Sasuke was a bit harder to see any difference. He seemed happier than his canonical counterpart, but it was hard to be certain. I knew he was definitely more open-minded to teamwork and frankly relied on me more so than Kanon, Sakura, purely because of the goggle gods, I was sure. That being said, he still got his curse mark and he was still heading off to Orochimaru. Well, I knew he would definitely go to Orochimaru if he got the curse mark, since that's what he did the last 10, 15, 30, My brow furrowed as I tried to finish that thought. Since that's what he did the last what? Last time? Last 10, 15, 30 times? That doesn't make sense. Why would you think that? Sakura? Oi, Sakura? I blinked, jolting out of my thoughts. Huh? What? I said. Shikamaru drawled out, can you explain why we should split up again? Oh, yeah. They're going to leave behind one person at a time to slow us down regardless, I answered him. Their goal is to get Duck but to Orochimaru by any means necessary. They'll gladly sacrifice their lives for that goal. They're zealous for him. Leaving behind one person to prevent us from going on is a no-brainer for them. Shikamaru gave a slow nod. It would make the most tactical sense. And you think you and Hinata should stay behind to deal with the first threat? I'm the only authorized medic on the team, I answered. I need to stay behind the group. All the more reason you should stay with the majority, then Tenten pointed out. I shook my head. Then those that we leave behind will be without assistance. It makes the most sense for me to stay behind for the first target, then follow up. That way I'll be able to reunite with every duo that stayed behind and tend to their injuries before moving on. If I stayed with the group, I'd have to backtrack to help, or worse, they'd be entirely without medical assistance. Hina-chan should stay back with me since she's one of the only two people on the team that has experience fighting with me, and she'll be able to help me track you guys down. It'd make the most sense to do that, Hinata said. I'm sure Sa-chan and I will be able to deal with Jirobo. Scene change. It took us longer than I cared to admit before we came across the Sound Four. As a team, we dispersed around the four, planning on flanking them in a pincer attack. The elite guards of Orochimaru, however, noticed us straight away and threw explosive tags at each of us. It forced us to tumble away from the tags and out into the open for a proper confrontation. There's too many, Sakon snarled out. Detain them, we have to get Sasuke to Orochimaru. Jirobo slapped his hands on the ground and surprisingly quickly summoned forth his infamous dome. The dome rose up around us. Immediately a few of us pulled out our glow sticks and illuminated the darkness. I heard Niji and Hinata silently utter Byakugan, followed by Hinata's sharp intake of breath. The entire structure is laced with chakra, Niji explained, examining it with narrowed eyes. How about below? Naruto immediately asked. Hinata hesitated a moment. The ground is saturated with Jirobo's chakra as well. Sakura-san said this thing self-regenerates, right? Tenten inquired, pulling out a kunai and slicing at a portion of the wall. The wall immediately began to heal the cut close. She let out a whistle at that. Wow! Naruto shot her a smug look. Sakura-chan is never wrong. Tenten was abashed. So far you're correct. I'm sorry if I insulted you. It's fine, I reassured her quickly. I'm hard to insult. Anyway, let's get out of here quickly. Hina-chan and I will take care of this fellow and we'll catch up with the rest of you. Okay, Shikamaru agreed. How do we get out of this thing? It can't regenerate indefinitely. Naruto repeated Raisengans should do the trick. Naruto gave me a boyish grin and saluted. On it as soon as we burst through the dome, Hinata and I threw down some heavy smoke screen upon Jirobo. Go my future sex slaves minus Naruto because he's Hina-chan's future husband. Future what? I heard Naruto call out in the mist. Nothing. Hinata practically screamed, I thought you said future husband? We're getting married? Go you dumbass. Kiba shouted at Naruto before I heard a resounding smack and Naruto curse. At least let me propose first, Sakura-chan. Don't spoil it, Naruto called out, his voice starting to sound distant. Hinata started wheezing. When the smoke cleared, the two of us stood facing Jirobo, who was glaring at us. You think you two are enough to deal with me? I'll clean you up quickly before hunting down your friends. That's unlikely, I disagreed. If you renounce Orochimaru-senpai, though, we'll let you live. Senpai? Hinata asked me, still red-faced and wheezing. He's crazy. I admire that. How dare you? Jirobo blustered. Orochimaru-sama is a genius, not insane. Mere plebeians such as yourselves simply can't appreciate him. I squawked at that. I am a dedicated lover, I'll have you know. I can appreciate everyone and anyone fine and dandy. Even Kabuto? Hinata asked. Shoo, I told her, surprised she remembered my outburst towards the bastard who defiled my future harem. It is a thing, not a person. Of course, Hinata placated me. I relaxed. Glad we have an understanding. Ah, here, drink up, dear. I pulled out 2 vials of antidotes and passed one to Hinata. Hinata uncapped it and sucked it down in one gulp, wincing at the aftertaste. I followed suit, then the two of us turned to Jirobo. Okay, say hi to death for us. Jirobo sneered. That's I threw down one of 3 biggest poison smoke balls I had and the entire area flooded in thick heavy purple smoke. Hinata's Byakugan activated in that split second and she dashed towards Jirobo. I sprinted with her, knowing Jirobo would try to escape the massive explosion of poison gas and that we needed him to stay in it for a bit longer. I wasn't relying on the poison to really affect him, though that'd be great if it did so much as obscure his visibility to the point that he couldn't see Hinata at all. Hinata would be able to see him perfectly fine though, and all she needed was one jab to the heart to take him out. Throwing down my second explosion, I knew I had covered enough of the area that it would take a solid minute before he could escape the gas. I lost Hinata in the process, unfortunately, but I had faith in her abilities. There was a sudden grunt up ahead and I moved towards it. Another grunt echoed across the clearing, followed by a loud masculine shout of pain. The ground rumbled underneath my feet and I steadied myself. Then a giant dirt wall shot up in front of me and I immediately jumped onto it. It climbed high up out of the smoke and I could see Jirobo standing at the top of it, panting heavily. His left arm dangled uselessly and sweat covered his face. Jirobo wheezed. Wow, what kind of poison? I gasped. No way. You're actually bothered by it? Hinata was beside me in that instant. She gave me a smile and held up her wrist, showing me how swollen it was. He caught my second attack. I think I may have broken something. I'll take care of it, I promised her, walking up the wall towards Jirobo, who was starting to gasp for air. Would you mind terribly if we watched for a bit before ending him? I've never gotten to see Kreitz Kiss work on someone before. We have time, Hinata responded. Right? We do, I agreed. I thought for sure it would take us at least half an hour to deal with him. I never suspected Orochimaru-senpai wouldn't have conditioned them to be resistant to Kreitz Kiss. Then again, Shizune was the one who invented the poison, and she only did so a few years ago, so Hinata approached Jirobo, who was starting to convulse and bleed out of his eyes. She delivered a quick jab to the back of his neck. I went ahead and paralyzed him. Just in case. Good call, I told her, holding out her hand. Let me take care of that wrist for you. She smiled cutely at me, gently placing her dainty wrist in the palm of my hand. A few minutes later, I had the hairline fracture sealed up and the swelling was non-existent. Unfortunately, by the time that was done, Jirobo went ahead and croaked. Ugh, I said, disgusted. He didn't even last the full hour. What the fuck, Orochimaru-senpai, why wouldn't you condition resistance in your minions? He's not that much older than us, Hinata pointed out. Perhaps Orochimaru hadn't had enough time to install the resistance. Or he got arrogant and thought his stupid curse mark would cure the poison? I murmured. It felt like it had a ring of truth to it, but I couldn't be sure. Oh well. Help me put his body the corpse scroll. Maybe Tsunade-sama will let me dissect him. I bet Enko-sama would be happy to learn more about the curse mark. Hinata smiles adorably. Okay. Scene change, Hinata and I held hands while we hopped from tree branch to tree branch. I had complete faith in our teammates to overcome their battles, and Hinata had complete faith in my complete faith, so neither of us were concerned. Hinata asked me, will we save Sasuke-san? Not this time around, I think I answered her honestly. He always, I mean. With the curse mark, I mean. He's going to go to Orochimaru-senpai. Why do I keep wanting to say always? Kekei Genkai? It's not a damn Kekei Genkai. When will we be successful? She asked next. After we save the broken-hearted crow who lives under the red clouds. That will take many steps. Such as? I have to talk to the boozy princess, the words spilled out. I have to deal with the tired man in the shadows. We have to save the Tsundere Yandere mix and his insomniac buddy, the panda prince. I need to use therapy no jutsu on my number one boy toy immediately after that. We'll talk to Duck but he's never ready to come home then, so it's mostly a hi, how are you, damn it, you promised not to try and kill us thing. Hinata's big, pretty eyes looked over at me. What's it like knowing all of this? I didn't really have answer because half the shit I said I didn't understand. I could guess what most of it was and what I had to do, but how in the hell I knew what to do was beyond weird. Finish that and I will start visualizing the most disgusting things I can irk. But frankly, now was not the time to be wondering how in the hell I knew things I really shouldn't have known. Sure, I was a dedicated fangirl who obsessively read every databook, Wikipedia entry, and all manner of fanfictions, but that stuff didn't tell me where the salamander contract would be. It didn't tell me how to transplant a heart. And it most definitely didn't tell me what I had to do in order to get Sasuke back, aside from faithfully following the canonical story, but I was in the middle of shooting that story to pieces. Yet I somehow knew it. Words spilled out of my mouth like a river, tumbling over my teeth and tongue like they had a mind of their own. I could scarcely believe the information came from myself, it almost seemed like someone else was talking. It was such a strange phenomenon. At first I could have dismissed it stroke of luck or some such thing, but I really couldn't anymore. Inner wanted to call it a new genetic ability, a Kekei Genkai, however I couldn't agree with her. The very idea of declaring it as such acknowledging it made me feel sick to my stomach. I was honestly scared of calling myself a new blood. I didn't scare easy and my instincts for self-preservation were borderline non-existent, but every inch of me was screaming against that matter. I didn't understand why or how, but I knew with every fiber of my being that if I said I had a Kekei Genkai to see the future, then something terrible would happen to me. Not death, because who gave a hoot about that? But something much, much worse. What that would be I didn't want to know. I could only think it would involve some sort of pain because I was still fairly averse to pain, but I honestly wasn't sure. What I had, whatever it was, wasn't genetic. It was something unique to myself and not something I could pass on or teach. My beloved goggle gods were simply a badly put together cover, and what if they aren't a cover? I literally made them up on the spot thinking about a Beto. Okay. What if you didn't? What? I mean, look, if it's not a Kekei Genkai, then it's something. This information wasn't obtainable in your first life. It could only be learned by someone from this world. Are you honestly trying to suggest that someone is what? Implanting information in my head somehow. That this person is someone who has lived through this before? Like a time traveler? I don't know. That is the biggest bully poi I have ever heard. That doesn't sound even close to the truth. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to think though. Neither do I. If I didn't know any better, I'd say I had lived through all of this before. Inner and I shared a quiet laugh at that. And you what? Died at the end and got sent straight back? Pfft, I know. Ha ha ha, oh man. The sheer absurdity of that put a smile on my face. Maybe that's why you're so scared of a Kekei Genkai. First time around you said it was, and maybe Root or Orochimaru wanted to experiment on you. That a chill ran down my spine. That sounds disturbing. Let's change the subject. Inner, likely sensing my unease, agreed with me. We turned towards putting together a list of who had the best booty in the Narutoverse, then we went on to put together a multiverse list of the best booty. It was a nice enough topic that by the time the sun started to set I felt chirper. Hinata and I traveled in the dark for about half an hour before we stumbled upon Niji and Tenten. The two were sitting back to back, out of breath and surprisingly banged up. We landed into the clearing beside them and they both looked tiredly up. I cocked my head. Did you guys actually have trouble? What is Hinata-sama's little brother's name? Niji inquired. I do not, I only have a younger sister, Hanabi, Hinata answered. Both of our companions relaxed, but I frowned at their question. Did they try to trick you before? It's happened before on a mission with Guy Sensei, Tenten explained. Someone tried to impersonate Lee. That made me laugh. Oh my goodness. Did they scream of youthful fires as well? No. That's what gave them away, Niji answered, his lips twitching. I take it your fight went well? Ridiculously easy, I answered with a sigh. He had no resistance to my poison. So unfair. I didn't get to use any of my signature moves with Hina-chan like Harem no Jutsu. Hinata blushed. I don't think that would have been a good plan, Sa-chan, I pouted. It's a great plan, but the jerk butt died way too soon. The princess shook her head in fond of amusement before she kneeled down towards her cousin and his teammate. Let's tend to our comrades. As the princess commands, I answered her with a bow. It took about an hour to heal up Niji and Tenten to the point where they could comfortably move, and we decided rest a few hours before we began our pursuit once more. I had to deactivate my weights so I could conserve my chakra, which kinda stunk, but I was still proud of myself for being able to go so far with the weights on. Hinata hunted us some fat rabbits that I turned into a delicious stew. I always carried dried herbs and spices with me since starting up my own garden because fuck rations. We ate in a companionable silence that was broken only by quiet murmurs as Niji and Tenten retold their battle with Spider Boy. Unfortunately for them, Spider-Boy went straight away into the second stage of his curse mark in hopes of preventing the entire group from escaping. It was thanks to Shikamaru's quick thinking, however, that let the majority of them slip away, while Niji and Tenten kept his attention focused. From there on, it was a blur of Tenten trying to corral him into Niji's range and Spider-Boy deftly maneuvering through her traps and tricks. She managed to catch him with her wires though, and it slowed him down enough for Niji to pounce. That had taken over an hour though, thus leaving both of them pretty exhausted. They had planned on resting for a few hours before moving back out, but thankfully Hinata and I had caught up to them. It would have been a lot more difficult if you hadn't given us such details about his abilities and personality, Tenten commented, sipping down the rest of her rabbit stew broth. Amen, thanks Sakura-san. No need for honorifics for me, Tenten-chan, I answered cheerfully. I'm happy to be of service though. How exactly do the goggle gods speak to you? Niji asked me, his face twisting like he bit a sour lemon when he said goggle gods. They don't speak like you and I are speaking. I gulped down the last of my soup. I just know, and I know it's because of them. Like you look up at the sky and you'll know if it's going to rain or stay sunny. I know that because I learned how to read cloud formations though, Niji pointed out. I scratched my head. I don't know how else to explain it. Words pop into my head and sometimes right out of my mouth before I can even think about it. That sounds kind of freaky, Tenten said. Does it ever scare you? Only when people say I'm a new blood. Why? Wouldn't that be amazing? It's not, Hinata and Niji cut in sharply. Tenten's eyes widened. Why wouldn't it be? New bloods are crazy rare and you can even start your own clan from it. I know a lot of civilian families that would be beside themselves with glee if they had any new blood members. If the new blood is a minor without a guardian or is a registered shinobi of the village, then the council owns them, Niji explained quietly. On paper it seems nice, but new bloods are extremely regulated. If Sakura were claim herself as a new blood and given this particular power, I'd be more than willing to bet money that she'd be kept under a tight lock and key at Konoha. The village would essentially imprison her, Hinata whispered softly. Until she could produce an heir at least and pass on the bloodline. She has no political standing and no political force or tradition to protect her from that. But surely Konoha wouldn't, it would. Niji interrupted her again. Konohagakure will always view the forest over the single tree. To have a power that gives perfect clarity of the future, to provide such detailed reports of the enemy, it would be too valuable to risk. As long as Sachan keeps denying her ability as a Kekkei Genkai, the village won't be able to easily hold her, Hinata finished. Especially since they don't have confirmation that her ability could be passed on to the next generation. Tenten let out a quiet oh while I wondered if perhaps I knew about all that information already and simply didn't connect it, and maybe that was why I was so scared. Maybe? This was getting too confusing. Our group didn't have much else to say after that. We put out our campfire and headed out once more shortly afterwards. We traveled in thoughtful silence with Hinata and Niji leading us through the dark as we tried to catch up with the main group once more. Nearing dawn we met up Kiba and Shino, who required light healing, and by that point I had to take a chakra replenishing pill since my stores were starting to pretty low, before moving on. We took a break at noon, eating a light lunch and recouping our energy before moving out again. Kiba was all too happy to spend the time regaling us with the epic battle he and Shino fought in. By early afternoon we found Shikamaru and Choji, who were only just then putting Tayuya in a body scroll. Unsurprisingly, they were only a bit winded and low on chakra, so we were able to easily move on. It only took about 2 more hours before we caught up with an extremely battered Lee and the stunningly handsome Kimimaro. Our group immediately leapt into the clearing to stand beside Lee. I moved to begin healing the bruises and scratches he had already gained from his one-on-one fight with Kimimaro, while Hinata and Niji stood in front of him. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed. More against Orochimaru-sama? Oh honey, I sighed. You're too pretty to be a minion. He's crazy sick, my friend, so let's try to knock him out instead of killing him, okay? I want to take him alive. Why? Shino inquired. Hello? I have a harem to build. Oh my goodness, Sachan Hinata giggled. There are more important things than your harem. Don't be silly. Nothing is more important. Taking a lackey of Orochimaru alive would provide invaluable information for Konoha, Shikamaru pointed out. He might know where Orochimaru is hiding. Oh, that too, I agreed. Who cares? This guy is between us and Naruto and Sasuke. Let's kick his ass and move on, Kiba growled. Kimamaru's eyes narrowed. I will not allow any more of you to pass. The Uchiha belongs to Orochimaru. The Uchiha belongs to Konoha. Duck but belongs to Duck, but I added. Darling, won't you surrender? I promise I take care of all of my harem members. I will fulfill Orochimaru-sama's wish. No matter the cost. Pooey. I sighed and went back to healing Lee. I had all of his bones fixed up and the boy was nearly vibrating with excited energy at being able to fight alongside so many of his comrades. I, on the other hand, would likely be depleted of my meager chakra reserves after finishing him up. I reluctantly decided to sit the battle out and try to recover what little chakra I could in case Naruto get more banged up than anticipated. I patted Lee on his back. There you go, sweetie. Have fun. Lee leapt up and gave me a thumbs up. Thank you, my cherry blossom. I will endeavor to take this man alive for you. Thanks, I said, blowing a kiss at him. You're a cutie. The poor boy turned 10 shades of red and stammered something that was inaudible. It was hilariously adorable. I'm going to sit this one out and I guess get started on dinner, I said half to myself. I'm about out of chakra. I could go for some venison choji side. I'll see what I can find. Ta.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.